Whoa. Gosh, I mean, 96.7, that's a little low for Pete.
Run speed makes me laugh because it means that they're slow.
Is that McClanahan? Let's go.
Rosenberg. Yeah, Robinson.
Nope.
Let's go. We're gonna go Shane McClanahan. 45 speed. That's fantastic. I can't wait to let him know.
Ooh, pitch clutch, 89, stamina up there, velocity up there, arm strength not up there. Overall 93. Maybe Rass.
Nope.
Shane. Okay.
How do they know someone's disciplined?
Power against lefties is really good. Power against righties, still good. Discipline, half.
Is this Brandon Lau? That's I gave him bad ratings. That's not good.
I feel like it's either Harold or Isak.
Nope.
Oh, Brandon. Wow. Sorry, Bilal.
Contact versus lefties, really good. Versus righties, not so good. Overall 81, run speed 79. Maybe, I don't know, I was gonna say Yanni, but Yanni's contact will be way higher. Let's go with, oh man. Who's a lefty special? Maybe Frankie Mejia?
Nope.
Randy? Golly, I'm way off.
Contacto derecha, ese tiene que ser zurdo y derecho. Fuerza izquierda 50, fuerza derecha 46. Para mí que ese es Bruján o Low. Bruján.
Nope.
Yandy, Dios mío. Uno más. Dame uno más.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Tampa Bay Rays channel here on Twitch. I believe we're also live on TikTok and YouTube as well. But the day is finally here. We're here in qualifier number 2. And this is your first time tuning in. I'm so happy you're here. And if you've been here and you've watched every single game leading up to this, I'm very, very happy you're here. And you might be even more happy than I am, because what we have in front of you coming up in just a little bit is, in my opinion, one of the best matchups we've ever had in MLB the Show esports, period, between Zazzi and Kriner. We'll talk all about that matchup in a little bit. But ultimately, the Tampa Bay Rays are the first Major League Baseball team hosting a tournament of this caliber. We ultimately have an in-person final, and we're going to talk all about that in a little bit. Very, very exciting. But Scuffy, welcome into the booth as well. And I can't, I'm jumping in my chair, man. I'm so pumped.
We've been waiting for this all week. I mean, last week we saw the pretty much the semifinals, how they went about, and we did get the marquee matchup between Zazzi and Kriner. This is their second time facing off each other in a big matchup. The last time they were going against each other, MLB 22, the Summer Circuit finale. We all know what happened there with the Kriner reverse sweep. So we know Zazzi has a little chip on his shoulder, and he's going to bring it to the table today. But just alone, Kriner versus Zazzi 2, it can't get any better. Winner gets to go down in Florida for the live land finale. I'm ready. I'm pumped. I'm ready. I'm ready to get going.
And I'm very ready to get going too. But going back to this matchup again, like I kind of prefaced it, Scuffy's excitement should tell you that we have a great matchup going ahead. But just to give you a little bit more of an idea of the two players we have going into this. So let's talk about Zazzi and Kriner and the hardware they bring into this. So Zazzi, a winner of a Baseball Canada MLB the Show tournament in 2021, a Dynasty Invitational invitee. It was a $50,000 tournament. MLB the Show ran, only 16 people were invited. Also placing very high in qualifiers last year. Scuffy talked about a little bit with Kriner there. But also with Kriner, he's placed very high in fall circuits and summer circuits. He's won circuits before. Again, invitee to the Dynasty Invitational. But Scuffy, again, I mean, just to talk about how much MLB the Show is moving forward, Kriner, a member of Luminosity. So we have a player that's tied to an esports org, a real legitimate one, not your Joe Schmo, 4,000 following, 4,000 followers, follow for follow bit. This is legitimate Luminosity over here, and we have a legitimate matchup coming up, and I'm elated. I can't think of the words, dude. I'm so pumped for this matchup.
Just having the experience alone between these two competitors today, it shows that they have been here, done it before, and they're ready for it, right? They're ready for the fight today. We already saw a particular matchup between Kriner and Zazzi in qualifier 1. Remember that matchup just so well, where Zazzi was able to get the upper hand against Kriner. So there's a lot of tangibles that go into today. How does Zazzi partake on this and to overcome from what happened in the MLB 22 Summer Circuit finale? And how does Kriner just continue being Kriner, right? These are arguably 1A, 1B best players at MLB the Show. There's a lot that's going on here, but I'm just happy it's these two for you guys to watch today. Watch the high quality play that gets to be played on MLB the Show today.
And Scuffy just hit on the point right at the end there. I mean, this is this is not me on day one of an SDS tournament saying, like, Joe Schmo sitting on his couch that's Plasma's an hour away from him, that's struggling to hit on Legend in 3 inning games. Like, we're not there. I mean, this is two bona fide talents that know what this feels like. They have been deep in these tournaments like this before. This is not a irregular day for them. They have had these experiences before. These are two of the best, period. I mean, there's no, like, going into this having that confidence level as a broadcaster that if we have a low-scoring game, it's because they're both pitching unreal. If we have a high-scoring game, it's because they're both tuned in. I mean, these are going. I hope it goes 3. I'm impartial up here. Yeah, like, I'm impartial. I'm not rooting for anybody. Obviously, we're just objective broadcaster. But man, I hope this goes 3.
I'm with you. I hope everything goes to 3. We're very selfishly of the. But to go back to your point, being how high quality of players, they see what we don't. We saw this throughout the tournament. We saw the names of Jason Adam. We saw the names of last qualifier, Kevin Kelly, how much these pitchers before this particular invitational, you might use these players in your Diamond Dynasty team here and there and say the Battle Royale mode. But here they are putting these type of players on the platform and indicating how well they are on this high difficulty. And it's just unreal of what they see in those caliber players and how well they're successful with them. And just be aware. There's other noble names. Is Mejia in? That's a big question.
So we talked about that. I looked at the live roster. Mejia was not there. But then I went to exhibition and Mejia was there. So my brain is just, I don't know. I know Zazzi is like hoping. I mean, Zazzi might have commented in chat, or one of them might comment in chat and say if Mejia's in or not. But when we're talking about the rosters, I think it's such a great point to bring up because we're only using the Tampa Bay Rays roster. This is not in Diamond Dynasty. This is not like legacy Tampa Bay players that have a legend card in the game. This is only the Tampa Bay Rays roster at the Trop. And if that sounds boring to you, then you have no idea what has transpired in the last couple of months. I mean, I have only been in esports for, I believe this is year number 3 for me. Scuffy, you've been around it a lot longer than I have. But to me, I have to say this is one of the best, if not the best, well-run tournaments I've been in. I mean, every game has been electric. It's been fantastic. And now we have 3 more, possibly 3 more.
I think it goes with the set rosters. Set rosters bring out the even keel approach, right? Every team is the same. But however, it's how you get that extra edge by your ability or your strategy of how you perform with those players, right? However, there's one big name that we had to mention from the Rays roster, and that is, I mean, you call him the next Barry Bonds. That is Brandon Lau.
Oh my gosh!
What performance this card has been doing for all these players in this. I mean, I feel like last week when we were doing the semifinals, Brandon Lau was hitting at least 2+ home runs.
He was
on either
intentionally
side.
walked to the base open. I mean, he was given the Barry Bonds treatment. Like it was to a point where guys were like, I don't want to throw to him. I mean, it's an auto home run. It's insane to see what Brandon Lau has done, but I also don't want to, overshadow what we've seen we talked about a little bit before we went live, but qualifier number 1 felt like we had a little bit lower scoring. Qual 2, we've had higher scoring, and a product of that to a degree has been the development of Jose Siri getting more power and getting more clutch. So now you have a bona fide talent in center field that if runners in scoring position come up, you can rely on. You have Josh Lowe with high clutch, and I believe in chat, Zazzi and Kriner have both confirmed. If I was streaming, I'd hit my breaking news sounder, but Mejia is in. So that is a gigantic development for Zazzi, because Zazzi loves Mejia, Kriner not so much.
No, it's funny you say it because we saw it last week. Zazzi was able to get the walk-off home run from him with the Mercy game from game 1. And it's crazy to think about, because if you look at his attributes, they're not the best. However, he's able to play above the attributes for Zazzi, and it could definitely be the X factor again for him today.
Absolutely. And we also, here in a second, we'll have Cam No Sleeves jumping in the booth to talk a little bit about this matchup. And he's got a pretty good knowledge of what Full Sail University has to offer our in-person final. If that's the first time you're hearing me say that and you just fell out of your chair, I'll give you a moment to get back in your chair, because yes, we do have ultimately the first in-person final that MLB the Show has ever had. It's a $10,000 prize pool, and Baco won qualifier number 1. So if you make it to Tampa, you're guaranteed $2,000. That's pretty nice. If you win, you get $8,000. So, I mean, that's a pretty nice payday either what. But obviously, payday's exciting. Obviously, we all like money. But Scuffy, we heard in the interviews yesterday, I mean, the idea of being one of the 2 people at the first in-person ever, it matters so much to these guys.
Oh, it does. I mean, you want to be a part of that, right? You want to be the first ever to play in that type of environment. And it's going to be broadcasted live at the Full Sail University. To go to that particular platform and be able to sit right across your opponent for the first time ever, putting on that type of money on the line, it gives me goosebumps. Just think about it.
I know.
Dude.
I'm so amped, and I'm very grateful that I've been bestowed upon me somewhat of a decent voice, so I can go there as a broadcaster, not as a player, because there's no way in the world that I would have ever been able to compete with these guys. And a lot of people who fought through the tournament had a hard time competing as well. We had in total, between qualifier number 1 and qual 2, nearly a little over 700 players in total attempting to play in this tournament. And this second qualifier, that field narrowed all the way down to 2, Kriner and Zazzi, and it's going to be just some exceptional baseball. We have a lot to get into with lineups and all of the things that will happen during the game as well. But I believe we should have Cam jumping into our broadcast here in a second. So while we're waiting for him, this right there.
There we go.
And now, as I bring it up, there we go. Cam in the booth. No Sleeves. We had him on last time for Qual 1. Phenomenal broadcaster for NHL esports and a great streamer as well. Welcome in, dude.
Hey, I appreciate it. You guys have done a fantastic job. Just listening to that, like, I'm just thinking back to like all esports events I've been at and whatnot. You definitely stated it well, that being the first at one of these events is so big, but you guys have done a great job of selling the matchup. And again, even if you're not a competitive player and you're tuning in today, there is a lot on the line. These are 2 of the best players in the game. And just getting the shot to go to the first LAN event. I can't wait personally. You mentioned a little bit. I've gotten to cast an event at Full Sail, a couple. That's one of my favorite venues. And I can't wait to see how this plays out live. MLB The Show in person, like, the money is great. But these guys don't. These guys like the title more. Like, that's something I've come to find in the esports industry, is that these guys want to be able to say they're the best and they've won tournaments and things like that. But I can't wait to see. It's unlike any other sports game in the sense that you could have someone on the other side just be like, I am throwing you a sinker inside. And just like see how that plays out. You know what I mean? Like, I hope it's completely different, because all other esports, in my opinion, are reactionary. You know, they react after they score a big goal or hit a huge shot, things like that.
Yeah.
In MLB, like you can talk your trash like preemptively. And I hope to see that. Well, I don't know, but I think the live experience is something that the MLB the Show community in terms of like esports hasn't seen yet. And the Rays have done such a fantastic job. And again, that venue is going to highlight all of the highest, points of action very, very well. I can't wait for it.
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things you just brought up is that, like, when you compare MLB the Show esports to a different sports game esport, like I watch Madden esports a lot, and some you'll typically see when a touchdown scored, it's a celebration. But in reality, in those games, you have maybe 3 or 4 score opportunities for that person. So they freak out. I mean, the reason why you don't really see that freak out too much in MLB is that, I mean, we could be looking at 3-1 games. We could have some pitcher duels. Absolutely. But more than likely, I mean, we're going to have some football scores with baseballs here today. And that's why, like, it's a long grind. And we saw it. Cafe was up 8-0 versus Kriner at one point.
Yeah.
Kriner completely erased that deficit. Like, it's
wild.
These guys are insane. It's going to be so much fun.
It's so daunting to see, even as someone who's not very good MLB the Show player. All right, but like when you're up by a bunch against someone that is extremely talented, and there's just no stopping the momentum. It feels like every pitch that is anywhere near the zone is in the next state, and it's just so frustrating. And it's crazy. I think that's a talent that a lot of the high end players in MLB the Show have, is that they give up a 3-run shot, and it's like, all right, like just time to go to work, right? Like I'm gonna go hit. And I think that's what separates the goods from the greats in MLB the Show. What I can't wait to see is in person, how much, like, when you're on stage, you'll see guys just shaking. Like, it doesn't matter if you're playing lawn darts or you know what I mean, for something for the money and the title. You're nervous. You're a human being. You're gonna be nervous no matter what. But hitting, I feel like, requires you to be the most calm, as you can be. And I'm curious to see if on stage we see less scoring than when these guys are in the comforts of their own home. Today is going to be fantastic because you mentioned it, like the money. Yes, like essentially they're playing a $2,000 best of 3. Like
essentially,
because if you win, you automatically get $2,000. So you go in thinking if this goes to a third game, you're playing a 9-inning MLB game for $2,000. Like they're going to be nervous, but they get the confines of their own home. They get to be as comfortable as they possibly could be playing the game. But that extra incentive, like I mentioned, these guys want to be the ones to say, you brought it up perfectly. Like, if they can be the first ones to go to an MLB LAN, for a tournament like this, it's going to be crazy. And not to mention the experience. I mean, these guys both stream too. Like, I think that's another thing that's really big. When I started doing esports events, the reason why I started was because I would get knocked out by these guys. These guys wouldn't stream or they were just showing gameplay, and I just started casting over it, much like what you did to me in the prior years. And but now these guys are just doing it already. And this can propel you because now, not everyone knows Kriner and Zazzi. Like, if you're a competitive player or even if you're not, but they're growing so much just as creators too. And this is such a huge opportunity to get to go and record some content down there, or at least show up and be on a big stage. And I think that's an underrated thing that both of these guys know. This is a huge opportunity for them to highlight themselves even more.
Oh, you couldn't say it any better. I feel like with everything that's been said in the last 5 minutes, the one key word is composure, right? We were talking to Kriner yesterday, and that's one thing that he instills in him: just have the composure, have that QB type of mentality, where say you go down 8 runs like he did against Cafe, able to lock in and keep it, like take one bat at a time and be able to build up that momentum to eventually come back, which he did. And these two guys, they both had that quality. And it's going to be very interesting to see how these games play out. We could either see from one spectrum, like Thune said, we could see a high scoring game, or we could see that pitching duel. I'm very excited today to see how each game plays out. Now, let me ask you, this is for both of you guys. This is a different story. Last week we had 75. You were able to use the same pitcher each time.
Yes.
Now you have to rotate between each game.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, dude.
So that was something that I brought up, and you guys both disagree with me, which I thought was an interesting point. I, in my head, was like, if you can only use Eflin once until game 3, do you go with him game 1 or do you pocket him for game 2 and think you have a little bit of advantage in game 2? And Cam, like you brought it up, just win game 1. Bring Eflin out there and get the job done. I thought that was a great perspective.
In best of 3, like anything more than a best of 3, I think that there's definitely a strategy in what you want to do. But because this is, again, new territory. So something that I've noticed a lot in esports events, especially ones that have been around for a while, the guys that have been there a lot, again, everyone's going to get nervous. But the guys that have been there a lot, something that a skill they develop is the ability to play like under the bright lights, let's say. Like everyone gets nervous, but to be able to have that little bit of composure. You see a lot of players for the first time that they might be the best players in the world. They get absolutely crushed on stage or in big moments like this. And I think that, again, these guys are the best in the world right now. But you mentioned this is the first time of an event like this. You don't want to mess around in a best of 3. Just win your first game. Go all out in the first game. And if you lose the second game, you're still good enough to win 2 and 3, right? But I can appreciate, the strategy behind it. But I don't know, man. In a best of 3, there's not a lot of room for error at all. So I personally would go all out in game 1. And if you lose, you lose. That's fine. You got to win 2 regardless, but I think I would try and win game 1, do everything I can, because at least that takes a little bit off of you.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go, dude.
I got nothing. I was just gonna B-roll into something else. Sound like you had an elite comment right there.
So. No, I think we're all just ready to.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
Wait. I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Prediction.
Oh no. Oh.
Okay, so
yeah, they always want to dance around it. No.
So I have said multiple times throughout these 2 qualifiers that I thought going into the year that Zazzi was the #1 player in the community. It looked like from the way he was playing. I mean, there was that screenshot very early on where I think he beat Victor like 36-3 or something. Like he eviscerated him. So from there, I was just like, I think Zazzi's, possibly #1, but Kriner is, this is a compliment. A cyborg. I mean, the guy is insane. He's an absolute machine. So with that being said, I honestly think this is an impossible prediction. I mean, I can't understate this. We have one of the best matchups. It's the second time, as Scuffy brought up earlier, these guys have faced off. One of the best matchups that you could ever ask for. I don't know how you predict who wins today.
Yeah,
let me ask you this.
Quite hard.
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
Do you think who wins game 1 wins?
That's what I said. I said whoever wins game 1 wins it. I feel like the adrenaline of winning game 1, knowing you, like, that's the thing. It's not like 1 game away and you're making a grand and you're celebrating with whoever. You're 1 win away from being flown out to Tampa for the first in-person final ever. That is a way different vibe after a game 1 win.
I mean, we saw last week, though. I mean, we saw, especially in the second series, with Zazzi getting a clean win, the Mercy in the first game, and then all of a sudden the second game didn't go well, especially in the first inning. He gave up 6, but he was able to come through 3. I don't know. I see you going 3. I'm not just saying that selfishly. I really do see this.
I hope it goes
3. I do as well.
These are 1A, 1B. This is a heavyweight matchup. If you had a boxing fight, this is what you want for your main event. Zazzi versus Kriner. This is the second one. Hopefully we get a trilogy. I told them beforehand, but we'll get to that in the future. They are very good at picking up tendencies. They are very good at keeping that composure that we just talked about. I really feel like this is going to go 3. I really do. I feel like they're going to use their abilities of seeing what's happening from game 1, adjust, and be able to put up a better fight in game 2.
Good news is they should be locked in from those extreme moments, which is probably more difficult than today's matchup. So,
oh man, I'm not sure if anybody was tuning into my stream last night, but I was at the point of delirium about 3 hours into the Ohtani moment, continually failing, and that extreme program broke me for a little bit. I'm doing better now, but we unfortunately have to jump back into the fight at some point after this tournament is over. But live on the Rays channel right now, they're showing batting practice of Kriner. Might alternate with Zazzi as well, but I don't want to go super deep into like the warm-ups and stuff, but I mean, Scuffy, we heard in the interviews yesterday, I mean, these guys had some very analytical approaches when it comes to getting ready for a tournament. And, you know, when I warm up for playing ranked, I go to Legend, I see maybe 7 fastballs, and I'm like, you know, I might be timed up. That's not what these guys do. Oh,
No.
man.
So they all have a different approach. Kriner has his way of just batting practice throughout the whole roster. Zazzi, he has a little formula to his method,
Yes.
and which I never heard of doing. And I'll just give it to you. What he did for his warm-up plan, he faces off a friendly. The first 3 innings, it's all about timing. All about timing. He doesn't care. He'll swing at everything. It's all about timing. Second 3 is all about PCI placement, be able to get the opposite field hits. And then the last third of the 9-inning game, it's just lock in and see what you can do. But he doesn't want to do too much. I don't think either opponent doesn't want to do too much, because Kriner indicated that he was going to take the night off and just come back today and just warm up a little and get ready to go, because you don't want to overthink it. And I feel like that's how they both do, but they do it in 2 different ways.
But one of the things that I think, you know, has really been one of my favorite parts about this tournament as a whole is that, you know, Scuffy, you've watched esports and commentated it before, and I've done so as well. But I mean, we've had in the past some tournament days that are 9, 10, 11-hour days. I mean, this structure, those are the best, aren't they? Isn't your voice so great?
I remember actually competing and being up to like 5 a.m.
Brain is mush, man.
Yeah. So you're dead. You have to keep fighting the fight. But this tournament has been a different perspective, and I just have to again thank Yuki and everybody involved for how they've set this up. That it's just been 3 to 4 hour clips of sweat. Like, it's nothing more, nothing less. But whatever day you have in the tournament, it's a short day, but it's a very impactful day, and that's what we have again today. You know, you could have a best of 5, best of 7, but we have a best of 3, and I think it's so perfect because this tournament has been a showcase of just real, like, compact. It's almost like Major League Baseball this year, the pitch clock. Like, it's a shorter game, but it's been very impactful, and that's what we felt this tournament. And blink and you'll miss it. Game 1 will probably go by in the blink of an eye too.
It's been very fun to watch. It's been different than we normally see with the set rosters that we have. And I think it just attests to how well this format has been upheld and where we are today with it. And this is the last matchup before the LAN finals. I can't iterate that. I'm still thinking about that. That's all in my head is that we are going to get a LAN live finals of the MLB the Show come in August. And I'm
so happy for you guys and the competitors. I'm so happy for you. Like, LANs are something else, man. Like, even, you know, I think that it's a whole different animal. I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited for you guys to get on the desk, and it's gonna be, you guys are gonna have a blast, man.
When I found out months and months ago that I was involved in this, like, just as a broadcaster, I called my dad and freaked out. I was like, I can't believe that, you know, that I'm a part of this. So that's like the broadcaster perspective, is that thank God, Scuffy, that we got a voice, because we just get to be flown out. We can sit there, enjoy the game. Is what it is.
Fans.
But
we
exactly.
are fans of the esports theme. It's great to be here. And I'm excited for everyone in chat to get to watch today. These 2 competitors, you couldn't ask for a better 2 right now. So
absolutely.
Enjoy every second. We are going to be in the booth, and I can't wait.
And you guys are gonna have a blast, man. It's gonna be a great day today, and I can't wait to see it in August. I want to give a quick shout out to Yuki and the Rays, like, for putting this on, being the first ones. You got to take a risk to do it, and they did it, and they've done a great job. And you guys are gonna give the audience a hell of a show today. So I can't wait to watch.
Appreciate having you on, Cam. And as always, from call 1 to this time and the time we've talked, it's always great to talk to you, man. And appreciate your perspective as an esports commentator yourself. And looking forward to our matchup today. But thanks for jumping on for a bit.
Absolutely. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks so much. And now here we are.
The time is come.
We got about 4 minutes until first pitch here.
Let's talk about it. First pitch. Zach. Most likely it's going to be Zach Eflin versus Zach Eflin. We see Zach Eflin show. I don't see them doing anything different for the first game. You want to get the upper hand game one, right? You want to have that 1-0 series lead. So we'll see a lot of Zach Eflin back Zach Eflin. Now, what do you expect from seeing Zach Eflin? Zach Eflin is a meta pitcher. If you don't know what meta pitcher means in MLB the Show, if you talk baseball terms, there are certain out pitches, right? This pitcher has certain out pitches to get hitters out. So those pitches right here are the sinker cutter. And of course, I feel like circle change you could add into that mix this year.
And four-seam fastball, we heard guys talk about yesterday. It's like a pitch that people forgot he throws, and it's a pretty decent ball. Yeah.
Because he has that great control of his. So it's who's going to pitch well with Zach Eflin in game one pretty much might determine the game.
My key is the same key I brought up. Well, not one key. There's a lot that's going to happen today. But one of the major things to me, at least, and we talked about it last week, was there's going to be a multitude of righty-righty at-bats with Eflin. And the people that have had success in this tournament have been those that have taken the cutters away and they've sat on it just long enough. They've pushed it to right for a base hit. Because what killed everyone is that cutter away righty-righty, early contact, good PCI, but early timing, weak fly to Randy. I mean, that is how so many people got outs with Eflin, was that early contact away. So, you know, guys will probably, especially with hitting a home run down the line, will be protecting the inside half today. But, I mean, you brought it up. I mean, how Eflin is used is going to be very interesting because we've seen some gems out of him, but we've also seen him have an exit in the first inning of this tournament. So
you just have to be unpredictable with your pitches. You got to not fall into that pattern, which you can when you have a meta type of pitcher on the hill, because you want to go to those pitches. You want to go to the sinker cutters. You want to get those out. It's how you utilize his other pitch mixes on top of those meta pitches today. And I see the circle change. And then, like you said, the fastball four-seamer, because if you look at his four-seamer, his par, his perfect accuracy range is very small. So that tells you where, if you could locate, you'll be able to locate that fastball pretty well. So I'm very curious to see where they go today with that.
Now, we're about to jump into our first game. So I'm going to ask you, hypothetically, this could go 3. It might go 2. It could go 3. Who knows? But if it goes 3, that is the only other time we'll see Eflin, if we get Eflin game 1.
Yes.
So, as a comp player yourself, what is the leash on Eflin in game 1? Because of his repertoire. I mean, in all honesty, he's the best pitcher you're going to throw in game 1 if you are starting him. So how long do you think that leash is going to be for him before he gets yanked in this first game? If he gets yanked. I mean,
it really depends. I mean, he could go as much as you want, because if you go to the bullpen, the control between Zach Eflin and the bullpen, the spectrum is like from here to here.
Fairbanks' par covers the strike zone.
Yeah, because if you go to the relief pitchers, their control is not the great. The Diekmans, the Fairbanks, like you mentioned, it's quite hard. Even the Sean Armstrongs, it's hard to control those pitches. Sometimes that's another thing you got to look out for hitting wise. What did they do? Are they aggressive in their approach, or they are more take the pitches, see what comes to them, and goes from there? So that's something to look out for today too.
And we are just about to have first pitch here in a moment. So again, as we're tabbed over and getting ready here, I just want to remind everybody in the viewing audience of what's about to happen here, as I need to get this full screen so I can see it. Not good with the technology. There we go. So just a reminder to everybody, this is a best of 3 9-inning games on Legend. And the winner of this best of 3 is being flown out to Tampa. They're our final qualifier winner for this first. I mean, Tampa Bay is running their own tournament, and we've had so much hysteria in the esports scene this year with some technical difficulties. This tournament has been flawless. It has been so fun to watch, and thanks to Tampa and all the people behind the scenes at Paul with Rare Drop, Yuki doing all the work that he does, we have gotten all the way to the point where we have our heavyweight gladiator match, and we're finally here, Scuffy. I'm so excited for this.
I'm very excited, and it's and looking at the screen right now, it's curious. They're kind of like going through the lineup. Some of them they're not ready just yet, so they're second guessing what to do. But if you look on the right side, that should be Zazzi. Zazzi has Wander Franco on the 8th spot. We mentioned this, and that big 9 spot. We weren't sure if he was going to be here, and he is there. So that's an X factor. Yes, he's in the 9th spot, but he is without doubt an X factor player for Zazzi today.
But also going to Kriner's lineup on the left side, we heard him talk about in the interview that he's a very, very big believer in having solid bats near the tail end of the order. So, you look at Paredes in the 6 hole, you look at Brandon Lau in the 5 hole. You might think, as you look at Zazzi, you got Brandon Lau in the 2 hole right now, you want to give him as many at bats as you can. But I mean, with it being the same roster, it might sound like it's very predictable how these laps are built, how they go to the bullpen, but everyone's had their own unique approach. It's been so fun to watch that approach. But the one thing that's been a staple is Yandy Diaz in the leadoff spot. Yandy has been torturing baseballs in this qualifier.
When you have that contact of his, he's arguably the best hitter. 98, 99 for contact against righties and contact against lefties. Remember, this attributes only go up to 99 when you're using the regular rosters. This is not like Diamond Dynasty where they go up to 125. So that's basically almost 125, 125 if you're talking Diamond Dynasty terms. And it's just, how can you not put him at the leadoff spot? Because he just has that massive PCI that you could use, especially on Legend. You're going to need that for your advantage. So Yandy Diaz, and he had both competitors today had a great days with Yandy Diaz last week. So I see that to be the same this week.
And something else that's going to be a big story too is how well everyone does with the lefty bats, because it feels like every lefty bat is a home run waiting to happen versus a righty. And Brandon Lau obviously is a home run versus either side is what it's felt like. But when we look at, the players that have done well, that have struggled in this tournament, you talked about Yandy Diaz, Brandon Lau, we've talked about at length. I'm curious, and I think as we go into this first game, I think the biggest thing I'm going to be looking for is that bottom of the order. And Kriner emphasized, having fat bats down there. But if you can have continued production through the entire order today, and you feel like because that's the whole point of this series, is that this is not about trying to get to a certain score or trying to, it's about winning, but it's really about outpacing your competition. Because this is going to be a marathon today. This is not going to be any typical MLB game. We might have a pitcher's duel, but we more than likely are in for a bombardment at Tropicana Field here in about a minute or so.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm very curious what they're thinking about right now. What strategy is going through their heads, how they want to approach this game, and how even keel they're going to keep.
And here we go.
And there we go.
The lineups are set. We are jumping in. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finale of the second qualifier for the Tampa Bay Rays Sunburst Invitational. Again, this is a $10,000 tournament. As Cam brought up in our interview in our pre-show, this is effectively a $2,000 best of 3 right here, because you not only guarantee the $2,000 for getting to Tampa, but you get to go to Tampa. And we heard from both player perspectives about the family and friends and the competitors that they all have in their circles of people they plan on celebrating with if they can seal the deal today. And without further ado, Zach Eflin is on the mound, Yandy Diaz is at the plate, and we are underway in the final set of a best of 3 in the second qualifier here at the Trop. Yandy Diaz to lead off, Zach Eflin on the mound as we talked about, and a fly ball to right will begin as Josh Lowe is there again for just pronunciation's sake. Josh Lowe in right, Brandon Lau at second. That's been fooling a lot of people, but regardless, Josh Lowe in right field, and Eflin on the mound here early, and Wander Franco cutter inside 1-0. Scuffy, early game, what are you kind of looking to for both of our competitors here?
I'm more looking to see how they're going to approach it pitching wise. And this is a nice sinker away, Franco to get out number 2. But what I liked from the first at bat, he went with the circle change outside first and then came back to the fastball. Yep. Change up the pitch speeds right off the bat, and very curious to see how he's going to work in the meta pitches.
And that sinker right there is a meta pitch, and it's hit pretty sharply out the center, but a little bit underneath it. Series should have a play, and then it'll end the top half as a 1-2-3 to start off there. But again, talking about what we can see today is that there's so many different strategies that go into this tournament. But with Eflin, pitch count's going to be a factor. Yandy Diaz sinker in their 0-1. But I'm really, really looking to the eye of these players. I know that this is a been there, done that tournament, but we've seen it's early. We're not announcing any scores or anything, but it's early. It's been quiet. 4 batters in, 4 outs. The offense will surely get there, but also, I mean, it's also interesting to know how long Eflin's left in the game. And now we'll transition back to the game here as Brandon Lau is at the plate. And we've talked about him with that Barry Bonds treatment. He was intentionally walked with a base open in this tournament. He has produced the most home runs by far, highest slugging percentage by far. And you love to see him come up with nobody on, because the worst here, it's a solo shot. But with men on base, the approach to Brandon Lau will be much different. Eflin inside 3-1 with Randy Arozarena on deck. And just for clarification's sake, we have Kriner. No, this is Zazzi at the plate right now, right?
This is Zazzi at the plate,
yep.
yes.
Zazzi at the plate, Kriner on the mound. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
so Zazzi, sorry, yeah.
You can see on the top left corner with the Kriner. So if you're watching the game on the chat, Kriner is the way team.
So Zazzi home for game 1 and 3. And a full count here. Pitch number 9 coming from Eflin to Brandon Lau will be away. And that's that meta location. You know, we talk about, you know, meta pitches in MLB the Show. The real locations that have stood out this year have been middle in, middle away. And when we had pinpoint introduced in MLB the Show, everyone attacked corners like crazy because we weren't used to being able to locate that. But now that pinpoint's been, you know, in the game for a while, the real meta locations have been middle in, middle away, and that's to be a product of today too. How well can you execute on those pitches? And Randy Arozarena behind 0-2, pitch upstairs taken.
Now I like that.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I like that pitch right there with the fastball pod, because so far we've just been seeing a dose of sinker and changeups from Kriner so far. Mostly Kriners. I'd say about 80% of his pitches right now have been sinkers. So you got to figure Zazzi's going to catch on to that and make an
right on
adjustment
cue.
there.
That sinker fouled off right there. Even 2-2, maybe you're thinking cutter, maybe middle away, maybe a little bit lower and away, but maybe go sinker inside on the even 2-2. And there's that cutter and it misses. So tough pitch right there. But you got already some trouble here. I mean, Luke Raley's a righty master on deck. You would love to have a man on for him, and he'll take a sinker inside, ball 4. So the eye of these competitors is fantastic. And now we have, I would say, our first kind of drama of the day, because Luke Raley, I mentioned, real thumper versus right-handed pitching. You see that 85 power right there. No clutching factor because of Arozarena at first here. So you have an opportune at-bat with a man at first. And a pitch inside from Eflin just missing. I mean, I think you're looking for something low and away here. He'll go inside with a changeup. Eflin, pitch number 19 of the first inning, is going to get an out, but it's worthy of note. We talked about in the pre-show about how long the leash is going to be on Eflin. Working that pitch count is going to do a pretty good favor against that bullpen quick.
You couldn't say that any better. And I know Kriner does not like giving up walks. And especially, he was mentioning in the interview with us yesterday, he should not give up any walks with Eflin's control. And and look what Zazzi was able to do, pull off that walk with Randy and able to get that many pitches in the first from him.
So quiet first, and now we go to inning number 2. And I've talked about it at length with MLB The Show esports, but these games just absolutely soar by. And now as we go in the second, 4, 5, 6 coming up here, looking for a little bit of offense here, and we'll begin with a leadoff single. Randy Arozarena is on. He's had a good series, but when you talk about the big names of this tournament, it's been the guy who's coming up right now. You got a man on, Brandon Lau versus a righty, and this is where you might be patient with other cards. With Brandon Lau, I would think every pitch in the zone you're going for. Tough take right there. Good pitch. Change up upstairs taken, now 0-2. Sinker low and away. Offered that and missed.
What a great sequence right there.
Timing too.
Yeah, great sequence by putting the slow pitch upside and inside. That might have been even a mistake pitch with that circle change hitting the zone like that, but able to come with the sinker down below, change up the eye level, and the speed was fantastic by there from Zazzi.
So that one fouled off, and see what Kriner can do here in inning number 2. He has a leadoff single to Arozarena. Now Isaac Paredes, who's displayed a lot of power in this tournament, has a 2-1 count. And we talked about it yesterday as well about, you know, will there be any kind of baseball plays going, like a hit and run, stealing with a 3-2 count with less than 2 outs? And we'll find out right here. Is a 3-2 count with 1 out. I mean, this is something they talked about yesterday with sending the runner here. The runner not going on 3-2. That ball deep to center. Isaac Paredes has our first scoring of the day, and it's to dead center field. A 2-run shot, 104.7 on the radio dial, and Kriner has our first score of this best of 3, a 2-run shot by Isaac Paredes.
And it's funny because you mentioned this last week, the home runs dead center. We not usually see that at the Trop, but here we are once again able to see that ball fly over. That's the only way you're going to get where Siri's not going to catch the ball is being it over the fence there.
And great cut there as Luke Raley is on. And now, I almost wonder if we'll see it out of Zazzi in the bottom half. But now that the first shoe is dropped and that the runs are on the board now, like that first inning was quiet, but now Kriner's in the game. I'd imagine Zazzi will get in the game here pretty soon. But like you mentioned a little bit ago, sequencing today is going to be so important because you saw that kind of Luke. Oh boy, that's a mistaken location down the right field line. It's going to bank off the top of the wall. It's going to be a loud single, but that's a product of a mistaken location with the par right there. And now you get a very terrifying at bat. If you're Zazzi, you got first and second, one out, and you got 99 speed. Jose Siri got plus clutch, got plus power. Opportune matchup, but there's that cutter away I talked about in the pre-show. I think you got to see someone execute righty against this cutter. It's so difficult to have good timing on that pitch. Everyone's been early on it in this tournament. Curveball missing 2-2.
With the cutter, it's more you have to sit. You have to guess that the cutter is coming to be able to successful. Especially, it's so hard hitting opposite field home hits on Legend itself. So sometimes these players, they'll try to pick up that tendency and try to sit on that cutter. And I believe last week we saw Zazzi do that against Sean Armstrong and able to get hit with Paredes there. But here's a easy fly ball to Josh Lau out here to get out number 2. Thudi.
Yeah, sinker jammed him on the hands right. Well, not in the hands, more down on the bottom of the strike zone there. But I like the approach there from Zazzi. You know, he had been consistently funneling in cutters away. He said, look, Kriner's fouling this off nonstop. I have to go to a different location. He goes to that sinker inside, and the sinker's been a tough pitch today, just early on. But a big at-bat here. First and second, 2 out. Yandy Diaz, who we've seen have a lot of, multi-hit games. So this is a great guy to have up. 2-1 count. I mean, outside feels predictable right here. So I wonder if he's a little bit tuned up for it. And he has a good swing, a little bit underneath it. Josh Lowe camped underneath that fly ball to end the frame, but not before a 2-run shot by Isaac Paredes to center. Kriner the early lead. But now we get to find out how Zazzi will respond. And I mentioned it a little bit ago that we had a little bit of a quiet first inning. And now Zazzi here for inning number 2. He'll have his 5, 6, 7 due up, but more importantly, 99 speed Jose Siri, and he will be quickly interrupted by the hot corner at third. Isaac Paredes makes a good pick there, and he'll retire on what I would assume was near 14-15 contact. Yeah,
that had to been good PCI placement. Just hit it right to the fielder. Nothing you could do about it, and to get the easy out. But you like that out though, especially you want to keep that momentum going. You're on it. You want to keep seeing if you could do the same thing continuing this inning.
And that's something that I think is so important when you're talking about esports. When we're streaming and you have people in chat, they're saying, I hit a perfect out. Unbelievable. When you're talking about esports, you're going to have so many good contact hits. Some of them are going to be outs. And that short-term memory, the ability of being able to say, look, and Kriner talked about this a lot, where Kriner necessarily, his perspective is that if I get a good hit for an out, it was a good hit. I saw the ball well. It didn't go my way, but I am still seeing the ball well. So that kind of mentality will need to be displayed throughout the tournament today, because if you get tilted over something, you're going to find yourself down by a bigger score in the blink of an eye. And a 2-2 count here, Josh Lowe changeup up the middle. That is going to be a single. So Zazzi has his first man on here in inning number 2.
Not where Kriner wanted that pitch. He wanted that a little bit more outside the zone, but he was able to get it more. So, hit the plate a little bit more than he wanted. So Zazzi was able to get it up the middle. But that's going to be
diving play at second. Are they going to get 2? Yes, they will. Benefited by the roll off the mound. If that ball doesn't roll off the mound, he might not even get 1. That was a real slow ground ball up the middle there. Benefited by the kind of speed ramp that he got off the mound there. Diving play in left. Randy Arozarena. We saw him make a play against the wall in the All-Star game. How about that here at the Trop?
That's hard to do right there. That was a line drive hit. That's not your typical fly ball dive where that was hit like a rope and he was able to get that. But I don't think he's getting that. Oh, he is getting to that one.
And 107 mile an hour out there. Josh Lowe positioned perfectly. The analytics department in Tampa seem to be doing a great job of positioning their outfielders there. 107 on a nose for out number 2. And now Randy Arozarena here with nobody on to bat. We just saw him make a great play in the field. But now sinker away and it's hit deep to right field. Josh Lowe on the run. I don't think he'll have a play. That's off the wall and off his chest. Going to be a 2-out double. Arozarena is on. Kriner up by 2. Has a chance to double that score here with a very intimidating bat. It's time for Brandon Lau. Fastball deep to center. Siri on the run. To the track. To the wall. That ball is gone. And as we just brought it up, Brandon Lau asserts his dominance again. A 4-run lead here for Kriner in game 1.
It's at the point. Why do you even pitch to him? Don't pitch to Brandon Lau. It feels like every game we see he has an important home run, and here he is once again acting. Brandon Lau, man, I just have no words.
But like you brought it up perfectly. There was an opportunity to not throw to him there. And it sounds asinine to put runners on base willingly in the 3rd inning. But Brandon Lau is a walking home run right now. I mean, he is. And when we talk about walking home runs, some people at home might be confused why. Brandon Lau has very, very good power versus both sides, but that is not the reason. That ball down the left field line, hooking off the foul pole. Isak Paredes, a 5-run lead on home run number 2. Pole tendency right there, a very early home run, but a 5-run lead.
If I'm Zazzi, I'm pulling the Eflin now because you most likely will, if there's a game 3, you're going to pitch Zach Eflin, right? So I think it goes to the point that you had in the pre-show. How long do you leave Eflin out there just because your opponents see him so well and you don't want him to keep on getting more pitches and recognize more pitches with Eflin on the mound? So I personally would take him out here.
And as morbid as it sounds, Zazzi is used to having to take Eflin out. I mean, he had a game, we saw it last weekend, where Eflin got yoinked in game 1. So Zazzi had to navigate 8 in the 3rd innings with an entire bullpen that you can't use the starters of. So you saw him being methodical with that bullpen. So that experience from last weekend could prove fruitful for him here. But an early 5-0 deficit, and just closing on that Brandon Lau point before we come back from our pause here. The reason why Brandon Lau is so amazing is the power, but more so the swing. You know, when we talk about MLB the Show, you will see multiple people pass on a higher overall card for a lower overall card that's a better swing. I mean, the swing is so important in this game. Brandon Lau showing it again, and Luke Raley, a decent swing as well. Pitch number 45, Eflin still on the mound here for Zazzi on this 1-1 pitch, and it's deep to center field near the traction hang. And it will Siri. Will camp that one pretty routinely for out number 3, but a 5-run lead as we head to the bottom half.
It's funny how you mentioned swings because when we interview Kriner, what helps to construct this lineup, especially since it's a set roster. And he mentioned number 1 was one of them was the swing itself. So you're seeing that on display here, even though we kind of already knew Brandon Lau is Brandon Lau.
Yeah. So 5-run lead here for Kriner. Zazzi only 1 hit. Kriner was 7 hits to his own credit. But we saw, Zazzi have some tough hits for outs last half inning. But a 5-run deficit, and this is something that I talked about as it looked like we have a little bit of a pause here. It's something that we talked about in the pre-show. It's just the whole idea of keeping pace. I mean, this is about winning. Obviously, it's a baseball game. But 2 players of this caliber, it is about pace. I mean, know that there will be runs scored nearly every single inning, and we've already had 5, and we'll continue back to our broadcast here once we get back to the game. Not sure if we have a little bit of there we go.
And it's funny you mentioned this before. Use your timeout.
Yep.
Pulse time if you need to take that break, because that 3 minutes is there for you. And it's especially when the magnitude of these type of games, you need to take that little breather, recuperate, and see what you can do.
Yeah, and it's so important when you bring that up because, this is not a ranked game at 12:26 p.m. as that's a perfect for Wander Franco right there, leadoff single for Zazzi. You know, this is ultimately a chance to go and be in the first in-person final that MLB The Show has ever had, hosted by a Major League Baseball team in the Tampa Bay Rays. So that pause time and taking a breather, very important. But as we talk about very important, this is a very important bat here for Zazzi. It's the 9-hole hitter, but it is the prowess, the awe that is Francisco Mejia. He has been a phenomenal bat at the bottom of Zazzi's order. We talked about it yesterday in the interview. We didn't know if Mejia would be on the roster. He is. And now his first at bat, you have a 3-1 count. You just, Scuffy, you groaned a little bit. It was a 15 contact, a little bit too early. So good swing early. And there's a good cut again by Mejia. And here comes Zazzi. First 2 men on via single. Perfect in the first at bat.
And
really
we
cut,
mentioned
a really solid cut right there. Now Yandy Diaz.
And one thing we mentioned about last week, especially on the 75, Zazzi's known to put up 4 to 5 runs here and there. And this could be the inning where he's actually doing that. So you can never count him out, even though he's going to pop out right here for the first out, but still have plenty of inning left. But Zazzi's known to put up runs sparingly in each in the innings here or there. So it's before I fumble my words, let's go to the bat with Brandon Lau, and then you can take that over.
And technically speaking, there is a base open. Technically speaking, it's at third, but if we really want to be analytical, there is a vacancy at third base. So if you don't want to throw to Barry Bonds here, you can work around him, and you have a 2-1 count. And, I mean, this is a really big at-bat. You have one good swing. It's a 2-run game. But you want to keep the line moving. Brandon Lau, right center field. That's going to land and should score 1. Runners were kind of in la-la land there. So 1 run will score, not 2. But, again, another extra base hit, providing a run from Brandon Lau. How many times can we say this, Scuffy?
I don't know. It's just the Brandon Lau show, right? Yeah, maybe.
Randy Arozarena! He might be sending that to Randy Land, and he is a 1-run game. Boy, we're in for a show. A perfect Randy Arozarena down the left field line. Blink and you missed it. A 5-4 game here in the home half of the third.
Did we just mention that Zazzi puts up the 4 or 5 runs here, and he's going to hit an opposite field double here with Luke Raley here, and he's going to be standing at least up to second base with that 84 speed.
Little cue ball sent down the third baseline, 15 contact, good timing right there. If you were curious about how Zazzi would respond to a 5-run lead for Kriner, he's responded with 4 of his own, looking for more. Siri yoinks that one down the left field line. That'll be a souvenir for a fan.
Now, we all know that Jose Ziri has a great clutch right here. So he's going to have 83 clutch, man on second, 99 speed. This is a guy that you want against a righty right here, too.
And there's that cutter away. And I think that he would go back to it here on 1 and 2. At least early in the count, I would not work inside. He throws sinker and he misses. Probably luckily for him, he missed. I would continue working away to Siri here. Changeup is what Scuffy thinks. There's the changeup missing. 3-2. I think you're probably throwing a cutter low and away here from Eflin. And he gets up the middle with a base hit on a perfect, rounding third, coming in to score. The throw will not be a contest. This game is tied. It's an RBI single on a Jose Siri on a sinker. Another perfect.
Do we expect anything else from these two right now?
I mean, this is what we talked about in the pre-show. This is what we've been pacing around our homes, thinking about all week. I mean, this is a gladiator match. This is not... This I have to emphasize this. This is not me and Scuffy casting day 1 of a qualifier in May, or Todd the All-Star Warrior is struggling on Legend. I mean, we are watching 2 of the very best in the world duking it out. Runner in motion. Siri throw to second in time, and he got him on the hook slide. And I mentioned it. Would steals come into play? Would hit and runs come into play? And an action play right there does end the inning. But through 3, already 10 runs scored in this game with a lot of baseball to go. And we approach inning number 4. And for the time being, Eflin is still on the mound for both players. And I think we talked about it as well. It's so important because Eflin, in their all reality, has the best stuff of anybody you're going to throw here in game 1.
And it's funny because going back to the Siri hit, with the way Kriner approached that 3-2 pitch, he doubled down on the circle change. I feel like he might be a little overthinking that. That's where, you, like you said, might want to just go with the cutter because it's so hard to hit that cutter away. And it's getting to that point where Zazzi able to come back in here, how the momentum is shifting right now.
And same rosters, but alternating catchers. We saw Mejia for Zazzi, Betancourt in for Kriner. A weak little grounder to the pitcher there, a little PFP practice for Eflin. And Siri will send that one deep to left field, but early timing, so difficult to pull something down the line if you're not on good or perfect timing. You sometimes will see just early on an inside pitch stay fair. More than likely, you have to be really tuned up to a pitch inside to really keep it fair. Siri could cut there, but he ends up popping out. And now 2 up and 2 down. And momentum is something that is brought up in sports a lot. And, you know, some people believe in it, some people don't. But I would think this is a pretty important inning for Kriner. You just saw Zazzi completely erase the lead that you had, not only by putting runs up, but tie the game. And now you've gone 2 up and 2 down. But you do have the top of the order, Yandy Diaz, and possibly thinking about the bullpen right here, at least moving some arms up.
I think it's most important for both of them. You don't want them to respond. The hardest thing to do, I mean, in regular baseball sometimes, is when you get the lead or tie it back up, is not to give it right back, right? And I think that pressure is there for Zazzi as well. So this inning is definitely one of the biggest innings of this game currently in game 1.
Yeah, we've done so much discussion on managing those bullpens, and that cutter, it's so vicious out of Eflin. Too late timing right there. And Kriner, he had a 5-run lead on the basis of a couple extra base hits, and then Zazzi erased that deficit in a hurry. And now, as we've gotten to the 4th inning, 2 up and 2 down, and Yandy Diaz, who's also 0 for on the day, will now move to 0 for 3, a 1-2-3 inning. Sets down Kriner, and now Zazzi will go back to the offense and see what the bottom of the order, Isak, Paredes, 7, 8, 9, do up here versus Eflin.
If you remember from last inning, it was the bottom of the lineup that got Zazzi going. Wander Franco hit the single, and then Mejia hit the back-to-back singles, and he was able to get some runs after the Brandon Lau double. Can they do it again here in the bottom of the 4th?
And that's something that Kriner brought up in the interview yesterday, was that I mean, not that you're scared of a card in someone's hands. I mean, Brandon Lau is obviously someone we talked about. That's a tough blow right there. Perfect ground out to second base right there. But we talked about that short-term memory. There'll be a goldfish, like Ted Lasso says, and move on from that play. But Francisco Mejia, I mean, having a card in the 9 hole that you feel an uber amount of confidence with, to the point where your competitor is fearful of your 9 hitter. I mean, that is such a testament to how well Zazzi's done with Mejia this tournament.
And not only that, it looks like Mejia got a little attribute update, because now against righty, he is 50 and 64, and that's going to be a fortunate single. Well, then it kind of, it kind of makes up for the perfect.
Yeah, it kind of makes up for the perfect.
So
there you go. So pitcher wall benefits him right there. And now the name that we were talking about earlier, Mejia, who had a single as a part of that 5-run inning for Zazzi, will come up for at-bat number 2 with Wander Franco at first. 1 out here. Ground ball's a double play, but doesn't feel like that's happening here. Pitch number 63 already for Eflin. Deep to center. Mejia with a perfect near the track to the wall.
No way.
Francisco Mejia, stand up and bow before your savior. 102.7 on the radio dial. He's unstoppable.
It's crazy, because we were thinking all this week, will he be part of the roster or not? Because it's a big X factor for Zazzi. And what does he do in the first game? He hits a 2-run shot. Not only that center hit, dude. That's pretty good.
If Zazzi ends up winning this, he might have to send a postcard to Francisco Mejia's family at this point. I mean, he owes it's the number 9 hitter being a lethal weapon is a insane development. I mean, that's not, typically when you're talking about a 9-hole hitter, you're talking as a head coach, you'll say, look, kid, you suck. You're the 9 hitter. I need you to work the count. I need you to maybe draw a walk, get it to 2 strikes minimum, work that count up, whatever. When Mejia comes up, I think Zazzi's saying, just go for it, man. Have a good time. And Mejia with a 2-run shot there. He gives Zazzi a 2-run lead for the time being, but again, we're getting excited over all these hits. There's a lot of baseball still to go. And Brandon Lau slider inside. If if you've been watching, I really shouldn't have to say anything about the man of the plate right now, but he is in a 1-1 count. That changeup upstairs, but now Jason Adam, our first reliever out of the game, Scuffy.
Yes, it's time. I mean, 7 runs. It's only the 4th, but especially like we mentioned before, Game 3, we can have Eflin back on the mound. You don't want to overuse Eflin to make the opponent feel much more comfortable with him, and that's a great call right there. As you saw here, Jason Adam with his deadly circle change outside corner to get that Brandon Lau strikeout.
And I would go as far as to say that everybody watching at home might have to go buy a lottery ticket. We just saw Brandon Lau get an out. I mean, is that going to happen again today? I don't know. But Wander Franco retired for the easy 3 unassisted right there at first. Now Josh Lowe to bat. It's had a quiet day so far, but this has been another one of those bats that's been consistent in this tournament. You know, you talk about him having over 80 clutch with runners in scoring position. He's got great power versus right, and he's got an opportune matchup here in the top half of the 5th as Kriner will now have to respond. We had a 5-0 score, and that ball's deep to left field, and Kriner will respond indeed. Josh Lowe, an opposite field tank, and a 1-run game still early here in inning number 5.
13 runs, 5 innings so far. This game is nowhere near over, and I think we're all strapped in along the ride. And there's a chance of 3 games today.
We're all pulling for it, obviously.
Yeah.
Cutter right down the middle, mistaken location, but he's going to be lucky. That one's hit right to a Rose Arena. The Rays analytics department does it again. Incredible work over there. Now, Brandon Lau, 3rd at bat early in this game. He homered earlier. He will not get to face Eflin. Jake Diekman and his massive pars come into play here as Brandon Lau will bat here with 2 out in the top half of the 5th. Kriner answering at least for the time being with 1 out of Josh Lowe. But, I mean, this is like lefty, you know, at least for me. I mean, I was playing the Extreme Showdown yesterday, and lefty made me tear my hair out. These guys, no problem. I mean, these are the best players in the world. Brandon Lau retired there for out number 3. But now home half of the 5th, and Zazzi. Will the offensive barrage continue? You talked about it a little bit ago. Zazzi is definitely someone who is a multiple crooked number kind of player, but he also has some dud innings, and I wonder what kind of Zazzi will have here in the bottom half.
It just, that's kind of how his game is right now. So even if he doesn't get any runs across here to respond back, I think he'll be just fine because he knows he's able to have those type of innings. So it's all about that composure, right? As we mentioned before, having that composure, be able to continue at it.
So 2 out, nobody on. Jose Siri, speed threat, slider fouled off, now 0-2, and Jason Adam with that vaunted circle change is what he'll throw here, looking for a swing and miss, and that ball is right where you want it. Check swing gets him to end the frame, so Kriner, a big inning on the mound, a 1-run game, but we are, I mean, we've already had 13 runs combined, like you said. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if the combined total of this game is above 23 at this point. I mean, we are just in the middle of a dogfight. It's what it feels like. I mean, this is heavy artillery. This is mortar shells flying everywhere. Fly ball in the infield should be playable. Usually you don't let your pitcher field that one, but he will take that himself. And now Luke Raley with 1 out here in the top half.
Right now, we're seeing the Jason Adams Show. This is a name that I haven't really thought of before this tournament existed. I mean, because everyone relies on Jason Adams because of his circle change and fastball mix. When you look at his repertoire, it's not some pitcher that you're like, oh, this is who I need in my bullpen. But when coming to this qualifiers, he has been a key pitcher in that bullpen.
And somebody that we're going to be talking to in between our games here in our interview with Daddy Demo in a bit, you know, we brought up to him in the first qualifier about how everyone's been using Jason Adam. And, you know, then you got Demo using Jason Adam. You got the community starting to draft him like crazy in BR. So this tournament making a fan out of certain players in the community in a really quick top half there. And now we'll find out Zazzi 1-run lead, but Kriner's had a couple dud innings himself. I mean, obviously, we're not going to sit up here and say, oh, no, Kriner's in trouble. I mean, these guys are phenomenal, but the story of this game has been either, a pretty big dent. We've had some low-scoring innings, too, with either 1 run or 2, but it's been the 2 crooked numbers, essentially. And how many more will we have? We could be in midst of one right now. Josh Lowe out to right center field, his second home run of the day, first for Zazzi, and he'll re-up his lead up to 2, looking for more. 103.8 on the radio dial out of Josh Lowe.
That might have been one too many circle changes. I feel like he was sitting on that. It was mislocation in there. He wanted that more inside, had a lot of play, and Zazzi took control of that pitch.
And that's something that I've been noticing in general. Kriner, you know, talking about pitching in our interview, he's putting a lot of stuff over the plate right now. I mean, you know, obviously both guys, you know, we talked about them, and they both, you know, had their perspectives in kind of practicing, but here in the home half of the 6th, Zazzi up by 2. Ooh. Oh my goodness. What a lethal pitch there by Jason Adam.
And here's the story right here, too. 2 for 2 with Wander Franco in the 8th spot. And we know how Zazzi feels about Wander. That's why he is in the 8th spot, but able to come up huge. And the bottom lineup has been very big for him.
And Wander Franco now will get his first out, 2 for 3 on the day. But it's a worthy point you brought up because, you know, we were kind of sitting here confused. 1, that he was in the bottom of everyone's order last weekend. But 2, I mean, he was 0 for 4 for almost everybody. I mean, Wander had a really, really tough weekend. 2 for 3 so far. But now, I mean, we might have to start talking about Francisco Mejia in the same vein as Brandon Lau. I mean, the number 9 hitter with 60 some odd power just hit a missile to center his last time up, and now he'll hit that right into the shifted infielder, but another good swing, good contact again. Mejia hits a frozen rope.
You mentioned the 60 power. Before that, it was 43 last week.
That's a good
point. And he was still, it just shows sometimes these players and the attributes, it's all about the player himself. And it just shows
and that's
how good they are.
Yeah, Series the same story. I mean, if you look at Qual 1 to Qual 2, Series had a massive uptick in the amount of power this card has.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Changeup hits the black there. 1-1 count already in the top half of the 7th. Scuffy, we're so excited to get this tournament going. Our first game is already almost over. I mean, MLB just moves by so quick. That ball in the other batter's box missing 2 and 2. But top half of the 7th, Kriner looking to respond. Got a full count. Got a speedster at the plate. Got Yanni in the top of the order. You got to get Siri on, and he will chase ball 4. A very rare swing out of the zone from Kriner for out number 1.
Yeah, it's just Jason Adam with that circle change. You just can't throw it too much. We saw what Kriner did, and as he was able to get the control, it's all about.
Oh my goodness! A Lucas Giolito-esque changeup right there. Top half of the zone now 0-2. And it's such a great pitch. And, you know, when we talk about these guys having used the Rays roster, I mean, the ability to kind of work with the repertoire that you have. You know, we heard with Fairbanks that you almost use the sinker as a changeup. Like, you have to make do with what you have. And Jason Adam with that changeup, you've brought it up at length. He's been lethal. Kriner having no success. Another 1-2-3 inning. Zazzi holding on to a 2-run lead as we stand up and stretch. And we'll go to the bottom half of inning number 7. And Zazzi, a 2-run lead. The top of the order. This feels like it could have the makings of another crooked number, but a quickly hit out Yanni Diaz off the end of the barrel there. And now Brandon Lau with 1 out here in the bottom half.
But we do have to point out when it gets late and Kriner is right there in the game, Kriner can be very lethal. We saw before when he was down against Caffey. I mean, I know that was his second, but there was another game where he was down in the 8th as we're going to hit a nice opposite field double for Brandon Lau here, and another extra base hit.
Another extra base hit. It's just his slugging is a number that is inconceivable right now for baseball fans. I mean, I don't even. It might be like when a pitcher, you know, is new into a game as a Rosarena base hit. Lau will check in at third. I doubt he waves him around. He will throw at the plate. He didn't have a great setup in right field. Right fielder didn't really take that kind of crow hop or, you know, urgency field right there. So a great job of understanding that by Zazzi and getting the RBI single. And, you know, those are the small things as we go back to the game that pay such big dividends, because you can't assume you still have 2 outs to play with that you can get that run in from third. But, you know, Zazzi being aggressive gets the run in on RBI single. Rosarena now at first, and Luke Raley 1 for 3 on the day. Bottom half of inning number 7 in game 1 of our best of 3. Again, these are 9-inning games on Legend using the Rays roster at the Trop. And Sharon Armstrong, another reliever checking in, and a full count. I wonder if Rosarena's moving here. You saw the aggressiveness on the send on the single. 1 out.
He's
Full
going.
count. Arozarena is going, and that ball's rifled to third, and that is one of the reasons why you might not want to do that. And he'll line into an inning-ending double play, but a 3-run lead, and now you talked about it. Kriner in the end of a game is about the hardest out that you can find. And him being down in the game means that you are going to have to be perfect. And for the time being, Jason Adam for inning number 3, Scuffy.
This is risky. Hard lineup right here too for Kriner. So it's very curious on how he's going to pitch around him with Jason Adam going, 20 plus pitches now. I could see him maybe go 1 or 2 batters, even getting outs, but I don't know how I feel about this, dude.
But this is a testament as well to, the confidence that he must feel with Jason Adam, because rather than going lefty-lefty to begin with low, he keeps the righty in, a righty, I believe, on deck as well. So it makes sense. But full count upcoming, change up, offered at and missed, 1 away. Jason Adam is having a Cy Young type of performance on the mound here. Arozarena deep to left, and as quickly as I brought that up, I will shut my mouth because Arozarena just sent that ball out to Randy Land. We had a lot of broadcaster curse last weekend, but here we go.
Now, do we see Diekman come in? I know, and the thing about Diekman, his control is not the best. So we know if Diekman comes in, which he doesn't right here, so it's still going to be a Jason Adams show against Brandon Lau here.
So you go back-to-back lefties, and you still keep in Adam. It's a development that we'll continue to monitor, but it's a 2-run lead, or a 2-run lead for Zazzi, rather. But Kriner, you got Brandon Lau, but more importantly, the heart of that order, you got it. Home runs are home runs. I mean, you're never going to not take a home run, but something that Kriner really hasn't had this game, period, is traffic at all. I mean, the bases have been relatively vacant, even though we had 7 runs on 9 hits this game.
So it's going to be Colin Pasha. I forgot Zazzi actually used Diekman early in the game. That was his first relief round of the year. So that was my bad there. But Colin Pasha, not going with the sleeper.
The old Weaver jumping in, forgetting what the count is potentially. I mean, it's happened so much this year. I feel like I haven't noticed it until this year, but I've seen a lot of people bring in relievers in the middle of that bat, and I found myself in a game like, oh, yeah, there was 2 strikes. Dang it. So he takes that for out number 2, fly ball out number 3, a 2-run lead for Zazzi as we head to the home half, and now the most important inning of the day for Zazzi. You know that you are going to get the best out of Kriner in the top of the 9th. So at minimum, I would say you feel like you got to put 2 insurance runs up here, get a 4-run lead at minimum, because 2 runs does not feel a lot against Kriner. Does not feel like a lot, rather, versus Kriner. And you got, pretty decent part of the order, 5, 6, 7.
I feel like you could say this is like the harder order for Zazzi, especially when you get the bottom of the line with Wander and Mejia. So it's just we'll see what you can do, and especially Josh Lowe with the 2 for 3 here.
And now a lefty being brought in for that. And, it's a very good idea there. We're getting late in this game. You want to attack matchups. And now, speaking of attacking a matchup, potentially thinking about a pinch hitter right there. But obviously, it's really hard because the math comes into it. You say lefty-lefty. It's not an opportune matchup, but Josh Lowe has earned the right to stay in this game. He's 2 for 3, now 2 for 4. Good contact, a little bit underneath that sinker. And, I talked about leading in this inning, how important it would be for Zazzi to put runs up. He still has a 2-run lead, but 2 up and 2 down and make it 3. When that ball lands in Arozarena's glove and left, our game 1 of our best of 3 between 2 of the best in MLB the Show will be grinding it out in a 9th inning. That for the time being, Zazzi holds a 2-run lead, but now Kriner, we talked about it. He's so difficult to get out late in games. Jason Adam is not in anymore, which is a pretty big development because he had a tough time versus that changeup. Luke Raley potentially being pinch hit here with Betancourt and Siri on deck, but we are in for a fantastic 9th inning, Scuffy.
I definitely feel like if he pitch hits for Raley, it's going to be the Peter Fairbanks show. We know that Zazzi actually likes using Fairbanks, although his part, it could be rather big, but he does have that outlier fastball, that sinker meta pitch. So I'm very curious if he goes Fairbanks, no matter if there's a pitch hitter or not, because 2 of the best pitchers that Zazzi brought up to relief, Jason Adam, almost got 3 innings with him. Now is it time for Peter Fairbanks?
And a really interesting thing too, we talked about it in about the 3rd inning, 4th inning, somewhere around there. But the pause time is not only used for managing your team, but it's also used for managing your emotions. And this is a best of 3. Colin Poche to face Mejia and Kriner. And Scuffy, you heard it on the broadcast that Scuffy kind of got taken aback. I did too. And he's going to get pinch hit here possibly, but Kriner expressed a disdain for Mejia operating with the tools of his enemy potentially here.
It's like, hey, let's see what I could do.
Lead off at bat here, 7, 8, 9. Fairbanks on the mound, Mejia at the plate. Ladies and gentlemen, the top half of the 9th, Francisco Mejia off the wall. He'll check in at first. Oh my goodness.
I thought that was out. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was out right.
I got launch angle too. I thought it was gone too. When we can't hear the audio, it's sinker missing outside 1-0. But again, it's a 2-run deficit. Kriner leadoff man on. If you're Zazzi, you're looking for that roll ball. So you have to know that sinker low is going to be a factor for the time being, attacking high with a fastball. Now 2-1. Maybe thinking slider here, sinker, weak contact. Using that
now,
sinker
if you're
almost
Kriner, you got to be patient with Fairbanks, not with 2 strikes, of course, but with his par.
Wow. What a take there by Kriner and a step out. And a good reason to, as that was right on the black. Runner, I doubt, will be in motion here with nobody out. Mejia will stay. And a 101 mile-an-hour fastball will blank Betancourt, and now 1 out man at first. Representing the tying run is Jose Siri, but he also could be representing the end of this game if he puts a ball on the ground here, Scuffy.
Yes, but it's still, you're just looking to get 1 out at a time here. And what I liked is how he's mixing up his pitches with Fairbanks. He's not just he's not doubling down right now. He's mixing up very well, so you don't know what's coming from Fairbanks.
Consistent sinker slider here from Fairbanks. That pitch is hit weakly to center, a little bit underneath it. And Kriner in this game, one of a best of 3, is down to his final out. It is a 2-run deficit. The leadoff man, Yanni Diaz, we talked about him at length, is 0 for 4. This is not something that we are used to. And a ball that he just took last at bat for a ball is now called a strike. That 4-seamer from Fairbanks, that one missing 1-1. And you see, everyone's afraid to work inside. Understandably so. That one right down the middle, deep to right center field. Siri on the run should have a play. And when he makes that catch, Zazzi is 1 win away from Tampa, Florida. And moving on in the Sunburst Invitational, at the time being a 9-7 victory for Zazzi in our first game of a best of 3.
What a game. What a game. Down by 5, came back and able to take that momentum. Not only that, the storyline right now here, dude. We know what happened in MLB 22. MLB 22 Summer Circuit, Zazzi and Kriner in the finals. Zazzi was 1 game away to winning. And what happened? Kriner reverse sweeps. So the storyline again is here. Zazzi has a 1-0 lead against Kriner now. What happens in this best of 3? It's same situation.
Now, I made the prediction in the broadcast in the preview, and nobody agreed with me, but that's what I said, that I felt that whoever won game 1 was going to win this. Because in my mind, the idea of knowing that you are 1 more good game away from going to Florida is an insurmountable feeling. But like you've said, the person down a game, they're playing with house money. I mean, it's all bets are off at that point for Kriner. So we absolutely are in for a great game too. And we're also in for a fantastic interview. The lively and entertaining Daddy Dimu, who I believe somebody said was streaming till 6 in the morning, has awoken, and he is here, and he'll be jumping in the booth here in just a sec.
Yeah, I'm sure what he has to say. I mean, not only that, we got a shout out to Tyler. He was actually competed in this
yes, he did
too. So
he played very well.
He got a win, and he almost got 2 up there. So he played pretty well. He should
have won the first game. He was up by a lot. He had a tough 9th inning, but I mean, he played really well. And the thing was, like, everybody's like, wow, he can play well. Like, I thought he stunk on All-Star. No, he's a phenomenal player, phenomenal content creator and streamer as well. And can't wait to have him here in the booth in a sec.
I gotta say, it's good to have a little break. I know it's going to be good for those competitors here, but it's good after that game 1 because what we expected from this matchup, being the heavyweight matchup it definitely showed in game 1, and I'm ready to see how this plays out for the rest of the series.
And just a note on game 1 before we get into this interview and get into game 2 in a bit. we talked to these guys in our interview process, and Zazzi wins game 1. Is it a shock based on the fact of the amount of effort and labbing and film work that went into this? I mean, we heard Zazzi talk about how he approached this. It sounded like there was a team behind him. Like he had a full approach to warming up. He had a full approach to film study. I mean, it's this guy. It's not shocking he won game 1. I mean, he came prepared.
Yeah, the analytics side of MLB the Show. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? And it's show too with Mejia being able to be the X factor there.
Absolutely. And now joining us in the booth is once again Daddy Dimu. Hello, Tyler jumping in. How we doing, man? You alive? Extreme was tough, huh?
Let me tell you what. Here's what I need y'all to do. When you interview whoever wins this, I need you to go, did you do the Ellie De La Cruz moment? Did you break anything? How many times? Because I had to go to Walmart today to get a new controller. So
oh no.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
But
I spent 3 hours on the Ohtani moment and still didn't finish it yesterday. I finished the Ellie moment pretty easily. The Ohtani moment has given me the most trouble I've ever had in my life.
Make you feel sick to your stomach?
Oh. I was going delirious.
First try Ohtani was done.
Okay,
first swing
you
of
know
the bat
what?
was the triple.
Get him out of here. Let's go
Bam.
find a different
Done.
interview.
Done.
Do we have anybody we can call?
First try. Everybody in chat, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time. And then I was like, dude, what are you guys talking about? And everybody, just the I hate you. We're spamming in chat. Just oh, you know what? You are fat. You know what I mean? It just really got ugly quick.
Well, so let's go back to you grinding the extreme program out. That's a tough grind in itself, but that compared to what these guys are battling it out with a phenomenal competitor on the other side, ultimately knowing that if you're Zazzi, a win away from going to Florida, a win away from a guaranteed $2,000. You played in this tournament. You've played in, MLB the Show for a long time. Where would your head be at right now if you were Zazzi or Kriner?
I do not have the mental fortitude for this, is what I've learned, okay? Here is what I've learned. These guys built different with their thumbs, built different up here. You're talking about people doing film study. You know what I did? I woke up, rolled out of bed, and was like, let's go play on Legend, okay? and this is going to shock you. It did not work as well as I had hoped, okay? It did not work that well. These dudes, I mean, we were talking about it, where one of them came back with 5 runs, just now in the chat. We were like, gosh, look at all these perfects, man. On Legend, these dudes, I mean, the way they read the pitches, the way they're reacting, I mean, just phenomenal. Dude, I'm just jealous, man. I'm just an old man going, yeah, I can't do it,
Sometimes, it's like this stigma of video games. Like when you watch, it's like, oh, I could do this. But
you can't.
When you jump into
you can't.
This is like
play the game for a living. Is how I provide. Everyone is out here clubbing me, so you can't.
Yeah, I had just randomly to how bad I am. One of my students beat me in MLB the Show once. We had a day where I brought the console into the smart board, and I had to have my whole classroom laugh at me as one of my students beat me at the game. So we're all just hoping we can fight along. But these guys are phenomenal, and man, what a first game we just had.
Yeah, but what a game. And what I got to bring up, one of the crucial parts for Zazzi was Jason Adam. And Tyler, you made point of talking about Jason Adam, and you got to actually play with Jason Adam in the tournament. So did you get to see like the hype around that card throughout playing?
I think these good players lied to me because I brought Jason Adam in, and let me tell you something. He's not invited to my birthday party anymore. All right, he was not a fan favorite for me. These guys, first off, you go in there and you're like, okay, Zach Eflin's solid, sure, but then once you have to pull him, you got to go to, you're thinking Adam, stuff like that. I was out here looking like a fool. It was horrendous. I was throwing, I can't figure out the pitch sequences these guys are using to where it's effective. It's crazy how good some of these dudes are, because I used him and I got shelled.
So going back to when you played, I'm trying to, because I remember you put some decent runs up, but I can't remember who in particular did well for you. But luck, you said.
Look, there was a lot of times where I'd be like, oh God, what are we doing? And then all of a sudden I'd get a nice little hit and go, oh, I meant to do that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, No, but you're talking about the players that do good. You start learning about like different, like, because you're using the live series stuff essentially.
Yeah.
You're using all that, like Yandy Diaz, freaking Jose Siri. Okay, fantastic cards. Harold Ramirez. You're like, I didn't know Harold Ramirez slapped like this. Fantastic card. You're all in on all these like cards that you don't really use that often, and because all of a sudden you're like, oh, these are kings out here.
And I think that's like the beauty of MLB the Show in general, and then like sometimes these sports ultimate team modes, because you find those players. I mean, for Zazzi, it's Francisco all right now, and it just
watching that dude just now, I was like, when you guys were like, yo, he loves Francisco Mejia, I was like,
why?
The dude comes up to bat with him every time, and I'm going, son of a gun, he's better with that card than I am with 99 Mickey Mantle. Explain it to me like I'm five. I have to try him now. If he pops up in BR, I'm taking him simply because of how Zazzi played with him.
If we ever get golden tickets as a promo in Madden, but where they can make like fan-made
he better
cards
make a
for
99.
I would imagine if Zazzi got a golden ticket, he would make a 99 Francisco Mejia today.
I would
I
expect
mean, who
nothing
would want
less.
that switcher to catcher? You'll love that part.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hit 100 with him, you know?
Now, going to game 2, I'm curious, what do you guys think is going to be the pitching matchup? Because now they got to rotate. Remember, no Zach Eflin this game. So it's between McClanahan, Glasnow, I believe Bradley. I'm very curious.
Taj Bradley was mentioned as someone that could show up. The thing that I'm curious about, disdain might be the wrong word, but we've heard these guys say that they just don't like pitching with McClanahan. So will we see him out of spite? Will we see Glasnow? I'm very curious as well, and I have no idea what's going to happen.
I don't know which way you go either, because let's pretend this is going to game 3, right? Because that's what's going to happen. That's what we're hoping for here, some game 3 magic. Then who do you go?
Well, that would be Eflin in game 3.
It'd be
Eflin again? Okay.
Yeah,
there you go. Okay.
Because game 3 is just a pick 'em. So game 1 and 2, you have to alternate. Game 3, you can go to whoever you want to. So we would imagine if it went 3, it would go Eflin. But this is where the real big intrigue comes in, and where I'm not trying to say that I'm smart, because I'm not. But this is why I brought up to a degree in our pre-show about maybe pocketing Eflin for game 2. If you're Kriner, you're down 1-0, and you are going to throw a star that is not better than Eflin in game 2. So you are behind the 8 ball. You're down a game. I mean, Kriner's in a tough spot right now.
And it's funny, you might be, if you're listening to this and you're just unsure, like with MLB the Show, be like, how is Eflin better than Shane McClanahan? Who McClanahan is obviously the ace of the Rays. It's just Eflin has
pitches, baby.
The meta pitches and the control, where McClanahan's pitch mix doesn't really reflect well into MLB Show. Although we've seen success from McClanahan before in this qualifier. We saw Goat use him very well using that fastball circle change mix. But it just, if you had to choose one other, you usually choose the meta type of pitcher.
Well, the most important thing, I think, as we go into this is that, you know, I threw McClanahan for a game of ranked, and I actually did pretty well with him. But I think the most important thing is that you have to get ahead. If you're got a basic repertoire, you can't be behind 2-0. You can't be behind 3-1, because then you're really in a tough spot. You got to, like, get ahead 0-2 right away and put the batter on their heels a little bit. So, to me, I think the most important thing is going to be how well can these guys locate whoever's four-seam fastball we see here in a bit.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. You're down 1-0 right now, okay? All right?
Yeah.
You're down, okay?
Yeah.
Who are you picking as your starter?
If I had to, I would go McClanahan personally, because I am more fearful of the left-handed bats than the right-handed bats. We saw Brandon Lau, multiple extra base hits in the game. We saw Josh Lowe with a home run. Luke Raley's a walking homer. And again, I understand the perspective and the counter argument is that there's stacked righties. Arozarena will feast. Paredes will feast. Although Paredes better power.
Yandy,
First, right,
like
left.
all these
Yandy will
cards.
feast. Yeah. But I do feel like, to a degree, I have had more success pitching with a lefty to right-handed batters this year. So with that, I would go with McClanahan, but I can't fault you for going Glasnow or maybe Taj Bradley either.
I would still go. I'm with you. I'm going to go with McClanahan, especially with his clutch being 99 as well, especially if running scoring position.
True.
The thing about Tyler Glasnow for me, it's always from the stretch, right? And I feel like and once you get that release point down, you're always going to get that release point.
Yeah.
So nothing's going to be mixed up for you. So you know where to look and go from there. And but either way,
but we also may be burying the lead here and putting too much emphasis on starting pitching. I mean, this could be a bullpen game. We could go right to the bullpen. And I talked about it in game one, but Zazzi at one point last weekend Eflin had a horrible start. He got yanked in the first inning. So Zazzi had to orchestrate a game, eight and the third innings of the whole bullpen. So with that being said, that's not something that Zazzi's like going to be afraid of. He has experience now in a situation where he has to utilize the full bullpen. So, maybe we see Zazzi say, you know what, McClanahan, you got 30 pitches and you're out. Like maybe it's a quick pull, but we'll see.
But I feel like if you're Zazzi, you're willing to keep your starter in more because you have that 1-game lead and you don't want to get them the looks of the bullpen, right? So he does have that advantage of him. It's very interesting. So, but like you said, what happened last week with him and Nutty, he gave up 6 in the first, and that was it. He went to the bullpen and still able to overcome that and win game 3 to be here today. So it's a great storyline coming into game 2.
So just to give a little bit of a picture in our minds, Tyler, imagine you're in this tournament and imagine you're Zazzi and you win game 2 and it's over. You're Kriner and you win in game 3, whatever, but you end up winning today. How would you celebrate that if you got not only a $2,000 payday, but knowing you're going to Florida? Are you calling everyone? Like, what are you doing?
For sure, dude. I would be going to the first land of it. Yeah, dude. I'd be pretty pumped. Okay. And like it's been mentioned before, essentially this is a $2,000 best of 3 here, that's a lot of money.
You get a lot of new controllers at the extreme.
Yeah, a lot of controllers.
You need so many more controllers to break while not getting a triple with Ellie De La Cruz. Thanks,
Omar's gonna be in trouble if they see you winning the tournament.
Oh yeah,
he'll be controlling.
He's got that tournament money.
Could be buying a real nice Power A. There you go.
Yeah, dude, we're getting a lot of Thrustmaster controllers today. So. But yeah, it'd be really cool to. Shoot, it's the first of a community you're in, first LAN event. That's pretty dang cool. That's pretty big. I'm excited.
It's something that I don't think I'm putting too much into it, but I really think 5 years from now you would love to see every major league team doing this, having these giant
Braves.
Tournaments going on, but. Braves potentially, my Twins potentially, I don't know, but we've done a good opportunity of saying thanks when we can, but we really have to acknowledge that we're sitting here getting to watch Kriner and Zazzi duke it out because the Tampa Bay Rays are hosting this tournament. Everyone but Paul with Rare Drop, Yuki in the back. Everybody, I have to say, I've been in esports for 3 years, Scuffy, you longer than me, but everyone that has a hand in this pot has been working very diligently to make this the best run tournament that it can be, and it's been fantastic. So I can't thank them enough for putting this together.
Oh, it hands down. This format too. This format, how everything went out, being the set rosters. To be honest, this is the most fun I've been watching.
Oh, I've had a lot of fun.
Just based off that, I love the strategy behind it because every team is on the same level, and it's just a matter of how you perform with these cards, what strategy you go with it. We're broken record right now. When I say for Zazzi here, come on now. Not every player is going to be able to do what he does with that particular card.
And we're going to have a cut here in a moment to the lineups and get ready for game 2. But, just an exceptional game 1. But it feels like so I went and saw Oppenheimer, and I'm not going to spoil the movie. But the movie is very, very good. And then it cut to the last hour, and the movie changed, and it got very, very dramatic. And that's what this could be.
We're in that last hour.
Yeah, we're in that last hour of the movie is what I'm saying. Is that this second game, Kriner's back's against the wall. Zazzi's a game away from Florida. This is the utter definition of all bets are off. We are going to be in for a fantastic slate of baseball here in a moment.
Yeah, and I don't expect anything to be different in the lineups, or maybe we'll see some new players in here. I already see Harold Ramirez in that 7th spot. I believe that's for Kriner.
Must have heard Tyler talking about
him. He was sneaky good. I'm just saying, man. I became a Harold Ramirez fan playing in this tournament.
And we had no Harold Ramirez sightings in game 1. He was on the bench for both players for the time being, slated at DH, but you got Mejia in the 9-hole for both players right now.
Yes, I love it. I absolutely love it.
You saw Kriner hit a home run with him. I joked about using the tools of your enemy because Kriner expressed a lot of disdain for the card. He said he didn't really do well with, or he was more afraid of what Zazzi could do with him. Now they both are embracing Mejia.
You saw what Kriner did in the last game. Brought him in. What do you do? Almost hits a home run in the right field, able to get that one. It's I love it. This is what MLB Show does sometimes. We see the, for us in Diamond Dynasty, Alberto Mondesi. For years in DR, that's a name that the community grew up on because they want to see. Mejia is just feels that same vibe.
Something funny we got as a note. I'm not going to perfectly quote it here, but hearing murmurs that Kriner in the Discord was basically saying, like, I'm not throwing the ball to Mejia coming up here. So, getting a 9-hitter that, doesn't, in all reality, have great hitting stats, have that kind of reputation going into this, it's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how both competitors make adjustments. Does even Zazzi make an adjustment? There's a lot of things that are on hand here. Remember, like we mentioned before, we had these two before in the same type of scenario for a finale, right? We had Zazzi have the lead, being 1 win away, and Kriner was able to come back in that series. Now we have it here as well. Can Zazzi push through, get that chip off his shoulder, and able to win and place his spot in the live land finale come in August down in Full Sail University? There's a lot of storylines coming into this, and I'm ready for game 2.
And I'm ready for game 2 as well. And a fantastic interview. Dimu, both times you jumped in, man. Been fantastic having you on here for qualifier number 1, qualifier number 2. And as always, man, good to talk to you. And I hope you have a good rest of your day breaking controllers in the extreme.
You too. You too. I hope I don't break another one, but I can't promise.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for being on. Appreciate it. So that was another interview right there. And Scuffy, here we go. We've been talking about it. I've been giddy. You made an awesome graphic on Twitter. You talked about it in the interview about how this is Kriner and Zazzi number 2, like it's a boxing match. And now here we finally are, and potentially we could be watching our final game of the day. Obviously, we're pulling for this to go 3, but I said in the pre-show, man, I think whoever wins game 1, the amount of adrenaline that is fueling that, knowing you're a game away from Tampa, has got to be an insane feeling. And on the mound right now, McClanahan is our first starter of record here, Scuffy, with 3 righties to go.
Yeah, so Zazzi's going with McClanahan. Oh no, this is actually Kriner going with McClanahan.
Yes. Kriner's home team for game 2.
We'll see what Zazzi does, but yes, stack those righties, baby. And Harold Ramirez gets his debut in the series, being the 2 spot for Zazzi here.
And now, without further ado, this is game 2 of our best of 3 final for the second qualifier for Tampa Bay Sunburst Invitational. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is the final of the second qualifier that we have had, where ultimately this tournament is rounding up to an in-person final at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida. Bako won our first qualifier. He has his ticket punched down there. We potentially could see Zazzi should he pull this one out, but Kriner and Zazzi do for a fantastic game 2 in this series. And we begin with a punch out on another circle changeup. That pitch in general, Scuffy, has been lethal today.
Yes, and that's where you're going to see a lot of from McClanahan. Fastball and circle changers, as you see, he throws an outside fastball to get out number 2 from Harold Ramirez, but that's what you're going to see from McClanahan. How do you mix up those 2 pitches well to make it unpredictable and get those chase and that contact type of outs?
And what a breath of fresh air it would be for Kriner here. Losing game 1, you're throwing a lefty against a barrage of righties to begin the game. A 1-2-3 inning is not going to happen. Rosarena out to right center field on a perfect track. Wall gone to right center. That's the first time I've seen a home run leave there. Randy Rosarena, the righties versus a left-handed pitcher, already making their presence felt.
That was a very impressive home run right there from Zazzi. Go down quickly with 2 outs in the first, able to adjust there, and Randy being Randy.
And now lefty and Brandon Lau with more power versus left-handed pitching than versus right. So this is not an easy out to get here. McClanahan on the mound once again here for Kriner. We talked about it as well, about how long will the leash be for these game 2 starters, knowing it's not Eflin. How quickly will they go to the bullpen? It'll be something to monitor as this game transpires, but for the time being, McClanahan looking to get out number 3. He allows a home run to a Rosarena, but, I mean, solo shots in this tournament, I mean, ultimately, you know, these guys have both talked about how you got to have that short-term memory. You're going to allow runs. I mean, that's just the brunt of this is you have to know in your head you're probably allowing 7 runs minimum in all 3 games today. So you can't get pressed about allowing stuff like that. Even 2-2 to Brandon Lau sets him down with a lethal four-seamer. And I also talked about locating that 4-seam fastball would be very important. And now McClanahan once again, this time on the mound for Zazzi. And we'll find out what Kriner does to the plate here in the home half.
And that was just a great pitch from Kriner right there. Able to locate that fastball. There's nothing you can do with that, especially lefty-lefty. It was just, that's what you want to see more out of McClanahan.
So, like the series score is 1-0, the game score is 1-0, and Kriner, you know, he loses game 1, backs against the wall. I would imagine this first inning is very important for him. And, you know, runs scored is one thing, but I think more than anything, you want swings like that. It's not a base hit on a Wander Franco, but it's, you know, probably a 13 contact PCI, good timing. That's the most important thing here if you're Kriner, is that you want to put runs up, but if you're seeing these good contacts, these good PCIs, you know you're not probably too tilted from that first game loss. These guys both keep a level head, and 2 up and 2 down. We saw Zazzi get a run with a Rosarena. Now we'll find out what Kriner can do. Is he takes a slider inside. Looked like it caught the black, but it's called a ball.
I feel like he might go with that slider once again inside just a little bit, see if we can catch him off guard to double down.
I was going to say change up, and it misses right there. I think the thing with McClanahan is that you might have a lot of success if you're producing a lot of off speed, and then you kind of sneak in that fastball and a change up mistaken location right there. Rosarena's on with a 2-out single, and now 4-hole hitter coming up. Believe it's Brandon Lau, and it is. So lefty, that power on display. We'll see what Kriner can do. As the slider's taking 1-0.
Now, we saw a lot of Brandon Lau already in the first game here, too, right? We saw the RBI double from Zazzi. We saw the home run from Kriner. It's just, it's a Brandon Lau show when it comes to this Rays little lineup.
Beautiful slider catch to the top half of the zone there. Now 1-2 count McClanahan inside. I'd go right back to the inside half, maybe front door a slider just a little bit in. He'll go away with a fastball. Runner's going to be in motion on 3-2. Ball in the alley could get interesting here. McClanahan's full count offering is fouled off. We'll do it again. And that fastball location, we've seen it now. That PCI has been on top or the bottom, and that ball down the line, base hit, runner in motion. That's going to pass the Rosarena to the wall, and Randy was on the run on the 3-2, and he will score on an RBI double by Brandon Lau. Another extra base hit provided by the second baseman. This game is tied at 1 here in inning number 1, and now we give way to Jose Siri.
If I'm Zazzi, I'm not being upset on that pitch location. That was a great pitch location from Zazzi. It's just Kriner was able to wait on that pitch, put it the other way, and able to get that run to tie up this game here.
And now you got more action on the base pass. The runner at second. You have the dangerous Jose Siri here versus a righty. Down the left field line, base hit. They'll score another run, and that'll replace the runner at second and Lau with Jose Siri. And Kriner lost game 1, but he is not going to be quiet here in game 2. 2 runs already, another perfect. Isak Paredes, another one down the left field line. Kriner, the cyborg, has been activated. An RBI single going for 2 is Paredes, and he's in safely. Didn't think he would send him to 2 with 30-some speed, but he does. And a 3-run first here for Kriner. What a response from game 1, Scuffy.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for anything better for a response. Yes, you did give up the 1 run to Randy in the top of the half, but to come down to respond to get 3 in the bottom of the half, this is exactly what we want to see from Kriner. And if you're Zazzi, it's probably feel a little bit, okay, this is exactly what happened last time. Ooh. What am I going to do here? But that's going to be out number 3, and he's able to get out of that jam a little bit.
So just tops that pitch right there, and now top half the second, Kriner a 3-run first. Zazzi had a run as well and a home run by Rosarena. It was a 7-9 score in game one. I joked that the combined score of that first game could be over 20, and we might be in the midst of one of those games here, already a 4-run score in the first inning, and McClanahan, and this is where I think the most important part of game two is going to be is when do you pull him? How long do you keep him in the game? We saw a 20 pitch plus inning from Zazzi with McClanahan a little bit ago. That pitch offered at and missed. Now out number one. Kriner on the mound now. As he's
you said that perfectly, though. How long are you going to leave McClanahan in as Zazzi's going to get base hit from Isaac here to get a 1-out single? But with Zazzi, you're able to leave him out there a little bit longer. You got that 1-game lead. Maybe you don't want to go to a bullpen as we discussed before game two, but still, it's all about feeling, and you don't want to leave him out there too long.
I think ultimately the knowledge of knowing that the starter's gone and you're just left with the bullpen the rest of the game is a pretty daunting feeling. And I mean, do you go to that before the fourth inning? It's going to be a hard sell to yank him in the first, second, or third innings here. But here in the second, Chopper, Wander Franco could be 2, flip to second, 1, back to first, and that is 2. And through 2, I mean, 1 run allowed out of McClanahan, you'll take that every day of the week if you're Kriner.
Definitely take that. And you saw there, Wander is not the best against lefties, and it showed there. Remember that Zazzi was 2 for 3 with Wander in last game, but this game, it's going to be tough to get hits with Wander.
And now knowing that a lefty was going to be, knowing that you can't go to Eflin for game 2, Harold Ramirez makes his first at-bat of this finale of the second qualifier, and he'll send that one weakly down the right field line. On the run is low with a dive, and that ball's going to land for a base hit. Somehow finding not only some vacant green out in right field there, but keeping it fair as well. And now, I'm not even saying this sarcastically, the dangerous bat of Francisco Mejia steps in.
And it's funny because we didn't think we'll see Mejia for Kriner, but like we said last game, he already has 1 for 1 with him, and it's just at the point where he just had to use him, see what he is, and I'm very curious how he does for Kriner in this game.
So Kriner gets, kind of junk hit down the right field line for a base hit out of Harold Ramirez, but we saw a bountiful amount of perfects in the first inning. Kriner looks like he's ready to go. Even 2-2 from McClanahan. Weakly up the middle, but it's going to find green again. And now first and second here. Kriner already a 3-run first. He's got 2 men on, nobody out. It's the top of the order already. And, I mean, we just talked about it a little bit ago, but you know you're facing a barrage of righties again. I mean, McClanahan is going to be stared at very, very closely out of both dugouts in this game.
Oh, for sure. And it's already 30 pitches. We saw Kriner's being very patient right now against Zazzi here. And look, it's going to be at least 10 more pitches from McClanahan as there's no
backdoor slider. Beautiful backdoor slider. Clips his own now 2-1. First and second. Nobody out. Right center field and deep. Yandy Diaz with a 3-run opposite field shot. Another 3-run inning for Kriner. He already has 6 here in inning number 2, and we still have nobody out.
Now the decision is there. Do we take out Shane or not? I don't know if you do it just yet, but then again, Zazzi was in the situation in game 1. He was down by 5, able to come back. So this game's nowhere near over, but still, you got to stop the bleeding as there's no outs here in the bottom of the second.
So, again, it's a very difficult decision on when you do or don't pull McClanahan, but that confidence is low, and that confidence adds a little bit of love to the bats. And Wander Franco, who was out in his first at-bat, out at-bat number 2, hits that weakly into shallow center. Brandon Lau will give way to Jose Siri and take that one himself there. And now Rosarena to bat, and, what a response out of Kriner. And we're not shocked. I mean, we talked about it at length, that the pedigree that both these two players have and in how long they've been playing competitive MLB the Show. But, I mean, just what a terrific response so far. To lose game 1, you're back against the wall, and you've answered with an offensive barrage as right on cue, Randy Arozarena, deep to left field, way back, almost to the last row, out in Randy land, 105 on your radio dial. A replay as well. Take a bow, Kriner. A 6-run lead here in inning number 2.
He is seeing McClanahan well. That's his 4th perfect against Shane, I think it's time here, dude. I think, yeah, I'd take out Shane.
You gotta pull
You
him. And we talked about it that, you know, you had the experience, if you're Zazzi, of working with a bullpen from last weekend, but he's still on the mound here.
It's at the point
it's a
where
lefty at bat, so I can to a degree understand why you're keeping him in, but Brandon Lau has better power versus left-handed pitching. So, I mean, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't for trying to figure out like what you want to do with the pitching right here. Brandon Lau fastball sets him back now, 1-2 count. 41st pitch, 7 runs allowed so far. Slider in the other batter's box missing. I think you go back to that slider, but you want to try to spot it maybe a little bit higher in the zone. He'll go lower and get him a swing and miss. Brandon Lau, a rare punch out, his second of the day in totality. But now Siri with 2 out, probably going to a righty here out of the bullpen, and we do. So in just the second inning, 1 2/3 is the stat line for McClanahan, and down the left field line, Siri, he might be going for 2. It's past the diving left fielder. So Jose Siri's going to check in at second with a 2-out double. New pitcher, no problem for Kriner. Extra base right away.
Right now, it's going everything's going Kriner's way right here. It's just there's nothing he could do wrong. It feels like in this game, and it just shows what he can do.
Deep to left field, Isak Paredes. Kriner is unstoppable right now. Another home run here in this game, 9-1. Another replay. And Scuffy, I want to bring it to you for a moment. I mean, obviously, a lot of baseball left. We could have a third game coming up if it goes the way that it's looking so far. But, I mean, if you're Kriner, in my mind, this has to be a race to the 4th inning and get this game over with. You do not want to give Zazzi any chance to get back in this contest.
Oh, you especially being the home team, this is exactly what you do. You don't want to give Zazzi any life to this game. And we know Zazzi could put up the 4 or 5 runs here and there. You want to negate that. You don't want that to happen. You want to get to the 4th, and you want to have that 10-run lead.
And so now we give way to Zazzi here to bat here in the top half of the 3rd. A 9-7 win in game 1 for Zazzi. And we've already got 9 runs on the leisure for one of our competitors in Kriner. We're just in the 3rd inning, though. A barrage of home runs here at the Trop has Kriner looking good in game number 2. But now we'll find out how Zazzi will respond. We got 2 pretty level-headed players here, and an 0-2 count. McClanahan on the mound for Kriner, having a much better day than he had for Zazzi.
It's like you mentioned, these guys have the composure, and that was a big thing that Kriner likes to do. He wants to have that QB type of mentality you like to bring up, be a goldfish from Ted Lasso. That's exactly what he did. He was able to push game 1 aside and come up on fire here in game 2.
What a changeup clip in the bottom half of the zone there. Mejia ropes that one foul. That'll be a souvenir if you got a glove on you. That ball going out to the bullpen party area in top half of the 3rd. Mejia, we talked about how vaunted this bat has been for Zazzi, but you're down by 8. You got nobody on base here. I mean, this is where the mentality is that you can't get all 8 back right now, and you shouldn't think that way anyway. We're only in the 3rd inning, and I think the more important approach is that this is a marathon. It's about keeping pace. If you're going to allow runs, Mejia looks like he's going to get on here with a pretty solid hit. Dive by the second baseman. Can't feel that Mejia is on. But you got to answer to a degree here. Putting 1 or 2 runs up going to make you feel very good, and he's off to a good start. That ball knocked down by the left fielder on a dive. Mejia will check in at 3rd, and now here we go. So 1st and 3rd, 1 out. A ground ball here. Kriner's feeling great. But Harold Ramirez is an opportune matchup versus left-handed pitching. And this game, I think, has its first big moment here in game number 2 of this best of 3. 1-0 fastball, and they're 1-1.
You couldn't say that better. This is a moment where Zazzi has to get something here. Even if it's just 1, just scrap away. It's the top of 3rd. Plenty of game left if you continually get 1 or 2 runs each inning.
Backdoor slider finds his zone now, 2-2, and McClanahan, and that changeup might be in the back pocket here. He gets his sign. He'll deal on 2-2. Inside missing. Not a very competitive pitch. A Rosarena on deck. Potentially with the bases loaded, depending on what happens on 3-2. Backdoor ripped into right field for a base hit. RBI single out of Harold Ramirez. And Zazzi, he has responded with at least 1, but he does have 1st and 2nd, 1 away. McClanahan's pitch count up to 40. And we talked about pulling McClanahan for Zazzi. Kriner's got to be thinking about it now.
Zazzi wants that pitch right back. That pitch was right over the plate with that slider there, especially with Randy's power. I'm pretty sure he would want that back, but this is a big situation. Ori has a home run first. If he could continue being Randy against lefty, could be Zazzi's response right here.
And now a 2-1 count here. You mentioned Arozarena with a home run earlier, checks to the slider, but it finds the zone now, an even 2-2. 7-run lead for Kriner. It doesn't feel like it right now. Fastball missing inside. Great eyeballs there. Runners probably not in motion here, still with only 1 out. But another full count. This one to Arozarena with Lau on deck. That one down the right field line, trailing foul.
I'm very curious if he will send the runners here. I know it hurt him in the last game. I'm very curious.
7-run game and just the third. I wouldn't be sending the runners here.
Yeah.
I'd play I'd just focus on the at-bat in hand. Runners don't go. Slider that you talked about that he wanted back, he's very early on it again. Second time this at-bat, he's been very early on that slider low. Full count once again upstairs, and now
look who's at the plate.
Loaded. It's Brandon Lau. It's a lefty-lefty matchup, but nobody at the Trop cares. I mean, this guy is more power versus left. This is the man you want up, and what a swing this could be for Zazzi. But conversely, what a swing this could be for Kriner. This is a very big at-bat here, Scuffy.
Yeah, and last time they got him with the circle chains outside. I'm very curious if he'll double down on that, but so far he hasn't. He's been using that slider with McClanahan and get the 1-2 count here.
Now 1-2. 1 out here. Bases are loaded. McClanahan to Brandon Lau. Chases the changeup inside. What a big out for Kriner. Still needs 1 more. But Jose Siri now with his solid clutch, his solid power, speed, ropes that one foul. And if you're Zazzi again, this is a great guy to have up. But I mean, you got to cash in. I talked about getting some runs on the board. You got 1. But you can't leave the bases loaded against Kriner. You got to get a good swing here. 1-1 count to Siri. Perfect. There it is down the left field line. Base hit, should score 2. Rounding first, checking in at second will be Jose Siri. A 2-out, 2 RBI double. Now ducks in the pond as Isak Paredes comes up, and here comes Zazzi.
It's just what we expect out of these two, right? There's no quit in either competitors here today, and this game's nowhere near over, Thurn.
And still a big at-bat here once again. A single could make this a 3-run game. Chasing that changeup, though, now 1-2. And a good step out. Maybe a use of the pause time here, understanding the weight and the magnitude of this at-bat. McClanahan pitch number 59 in the dirt. And pitch number 60 here in the 3rd inning. I talked about, maybe we see McClanahan get pulled before the 4th, and another base hit. Paredes scores 1. He does not send the 2nd in Siri. Even though 99 speed, that's a product of baseball right there. That's a really hard hit ball to the outfield. You'd have got smoked at the plate if you sent the runner there.
Right now, I feel like Zazzi's just looking for the best PCI placement that he can get, right? He's hitting everything to opposite field or just pulling everything, but he's getting the ball squared up very well. It might not be the home run or double that he wants, but he's able to conduct these singles here to keep the rally going.
But that's something that's so interesting. You brought up the interview too. We interviewed Zazzi, and when he talked about his kind of way he warms up, his first 3 innings, he's only focused on timing. But you mentioned Oppo. He mentioned to us that the next 3 innings of that warm-up game, he's only focused on PCI placement to hit pitches to the opposite field. So that's something that Zazzi has labbed a ton. It proves fruitful for him there. He gets some runs on the board, makes it a 4-run deficit. But now we'll find out how Kriner will respond as the bullpen is alive and well for Zazzi, and he's going to potentially go to his 2nd reliever already in Kevin Kelly, and that is what he will do.
Now, Kevin Kelly wasn't a name we heard in game 1, but we heard in qualifier 2 a lot. Kevin Kelly's control has been unbelievable to use in this qualifier here. So look out for a lot of dot out pitches here from Kevin Kelly.
And not that these guys are stereotypical in how they score runs. We've talked about at length how Kriner or Zazzi rather is no fool to those crooked numbers. He'll put 3 or 4 innings up where he has a barrage of runs. But I mean, from what we saw to Kriner, and now this at bat 3-1, and the bat hasn't moved off his shoulder. Now 3-2. It feels like Kriner's in the zone right now, just working the count full. Pitches roped down the left field line. On the run is Arozarena. That's going to bounce over his head for a ground rule double. And I'm look at that PCI, very early timing, albeit, but I mean, Kriner just seems like he's on one right now, and now Mejia up once again.
It looks like he's tunneling the pitches, right? He's just looking for his pitch. If it's not there, he's just going to let it go, be very patient. And you can be with the bullpen of the Rays. The control is not the best from all these relief pitchers, and that's what he's going to try to do now.
So a little bit late timing, a little bit underneath it, and a rare out. That's just what it is. He has been a lethal assassin of the plate here today. Fly ball left can of corn for Rosarena. Chopper to Wander Franco. Should retire Yanni Diaz. Runner moves to third, though. And we talked about it. Zazzi puts up more than one run, but we talked about how important it was to just get on the board. For Kriner, conversely, you just saw Zazzi respond. Getting that runner in from third will feel mighty good. Just get a run back on the board, continue to keep that offense going. But again, this is a guy, Scuffy and Wander Franco, that everyone in the tournament feels like started off hot with and has been kind of quiet of late.
It's more, I feel like the righty-lefty matchup, right? And Wander hits better against righties. Now he does have that in favor, but still, the difference between qualifier 1 and qualifier 2 has been dramatic here.
And now fastball missing 3-2, another full count, another deep count. Kriner having good at-bats here this inning. Up the middle, Wander Franco will respond indeed. An RBI single. Kriner up to a 5-run lead. Run number 10 acquired here in just the third, still with an out to play with. And I mean, this is the baseball that we expected. These guys are both phenomenal players in MLB the Show. And when we talk about MLB the Show, the testament to a great player is really what you can do offensively. I mean, pitching is important. Pars are difficult this year, but how you're going to win games in MLB the Show is being consistent on offense, and Kriner's been doing that and then some. Already 12 hits, 10 runs to his credit. Rosarena 2 for 2 on the day. He'll flail at that slider now, a 1-2 count, but Kevin Kelly, as he gets deeper in that bullpen for Zazzi, needs an out here. That pitch count's getting up there, and I'm going to keep mentioning pitch count on these relievers because that almost a great front door slider missing. Runner in motion, Brandon Lau. But Kelly, that pitch count's getting up there, and that ball's rifled to right, and that's going to be caught by Josh Lowe. Another brilliant display of the Rays analytics department setting up the right fielder there. Good cut, and another good cut right there. Josh Lowe a little bit underneath it. But already, Scuffy, a 10-5 game here in game number 2. Oh, brother, what a game we've had so far.
15 runs in almost 4 innings. It's just, this is what you expect from 1A, 1B here. And the only thing is that Kriner let Zazzi get a little bit back in this game. So Zazzi still has plenty of time to make up these 5 runs. And he's known, and we sound like a broken record already, he's known to have those type of big innings here or there. So Kriner knows that behind his head, and he's going to try to score more runs each inning.
And that's another thing, too, like we talked about, I talked about at least that, I thought the person who won game 1 would win game 2, knowing the adrenaline of knowing you're 1 game away from Florida. And, we talked about it sometimes about how, like, if you're playing a series and you're down by a certain number of runs, is it worthwhile to continue to be locked in when you may not win that game? I mean, these guys could be down by 14 and still give quality at-bats because they know they're never, ever out of a game. But Zazzi, 2 up, 2 down, and now Yanni Diaz, fastball upstairs, checked at. They say he went now 0-1, and McClanahan pitch number 72. So for Kriner, I think you take this every day of the week. 4 innings and 5 runs allowed. I think he might see McClanahan go for inning number 5 too.
I think he'll see how he does in the 5th, but he won't be afraid of the quick hook if he gets in trouble early.
So a big inning there for Kriner. Now back to the plate, and he's got the meat and potatoes of his order. 4, 5, 6, 2 up. The dangerous Brandon Lau, the dangerous Jose Siri, and the dangerous Isaac Paredes will all do battle versus Jake Diekman and his massive pars. And, we saw it last inning. Kriner does a great job of working the counts. Last inning, his first at-bat, he didn't swing till 3-2. So he's going to continue to try and work it here. He chases the slider inside, and this is one of those guys that you don't want to work the count with. With Brandon Lau, you want to hit, and that was, I believe, it looks like a power swing PCI, but it might have just been a quirk that gave him a little bit of a bigger PCI that first at-bat, or first strike. Either way, tough cut right there, 15 contact for out number 1, and Siri to left. little bit on the end of the barrel, and
He
quickly
just
2 up,
missed
2
that.
down.
Just missed that with the PCI. If he got that little bit more to the right, that could have been an easy solo shot for Siri there.
And now Isak Paredes, who has a home run in this game, 2 for 2 to his credit, will now bat here. Kriner a 5-run lead in game 2, where Zazzi currently holds the lead in the series. Zazzi won game 1, 9-7. Again, these are players that are using the Rays roster, playing at the Trop, 9-inning games on Legend. We are in game 2 of our best of 3. If Zazzi comes back in this game and wins it, that he will be punching his ticket to Florida. If Kriner holds this lead, obviously, you know, we are in for a long game still, but we could be in for that game 3. Jason Adam coming in here, and this is a really big moment here for Zazzi. These middle innings, you're down by 5. I mean, both competitors know the offense is going to be coming up here, and Luke Raley coming off the bench here. So not all 3 lefties in the lineup for Zazzi here in inning number 5, but entering the game now, Luke Raley.
You get if you could get that matchup, you're going to take that pretty much 99% of the time, especially you're down by 5. You need to get something going. So this is a big bat for Zazzi.
And that was, you know, something I mentioned in the pre-show as well about the idea of obviously batting all 3 lefties in the order makes sense. You know, you're facing a lot of righties. You're facing Eflin most of the time, so it makes sense to bat all 3 lefties. But now in game 2, knowing that Eflin's not out there, pocketing a lefty on a bench to save for a matchup, and now Luke Raley coming in, and he ropes that to right. On the run is Josh Lowe. He will not have a play. Throw to second is going to be not in time, and a great move to the bench. Zazzi,
exactly what the doctor ordered there. Exactly what the doctor ordered. That's what you wanted from your pitcher. That's why you had him sacked on your bench and able to start off the inning with put a runner in the scoring position.
And I mentioned how important these middle innings are going to be for Zazzi. That ball down the left field line. Rosarena near the track. To the wall. That ball is gone. And we have a 3-run game. And I always talk about these middle innings as we get a beautiful replay of another Rosarena home run to left field. We've had so many today. But again, you know that like it's a given. The 7th, 8th, and the 9th inning are going to be an absolute sweat fest. So I brought this up last weekend. I really think whoever has the best performance in these middle innings is who's going to win this game. And Zazzi, down by a lot at one point, deficit down to 3, back to work with Brandon Lau, fouling that one off 0-2. He's also 0 for 2 in this game, a rare 0 for Brandon Lau and Jason Adam. I know, broadcaster jinx in full display.
I just want to point out the last half inning on the pitching side for Zazzi was huge. To not let Kriner, it felt like he's been scoring each inning, to get that 1-2-3, and then now to lead off with 2 extra base hits off the bat. The momentum, once again, we talked to me before, is definitely shifting more towards Zazzi's favor.
Fastball missing upstairs, now an even 2-2. Beautiful backdoor slider, and that's pretty much all you can do with that. Just throw the bat head on it right in the back end of the zone and flip it foul. Good at bat so far here to Brandon Lau. Chopped weakly in the middle of the infield. Should be playable for Wander, and it is. And Brandon Lau 0 for 3. I mean, if you're just tuning in and you see Zazzi with 7 runs, you might assume that Brandon Lau's 3 for 3 with 3 tanks. But, I mean, everyone else in the order has picked up the slack. And Jose Siri, his 3rd at-bat, as we begin, we'll have a 1-1 count. But that pitch count getting up in the 20s once again for Jason Adam.
Yeah, this might be the only inning, if he does make it inning, for Jason Adam. But Zazzi right now, I feel like he's seen the pitches much better. He's taking more similar to what we saw what Kriner does. I feel like Zazzi's picking up that pace as well.
And another cool metric is that whole like kind of Google Cloud StatCast where it shows the percentages of, you know, how much people are throwing, the analytics coming into it. And it's not shocking, you know, that Zazzi takes a peek at the analytics there. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, the amount of effort that goes into a tournament day for Zazzi is incredible. I mean, I've never heard of someone with that methodical of an approach. And down by 3, we'll see how Kriner responds here in the home half of the 5th.
Now, Zazzi's need to continue with the pitching. The way he's going to win this game is not through the hitting. The hitting will come. It's going to be through the pitching.
Absolutely.
If he could shut down Kriner, and Kriner's been having beautiful swings throughout the day. It's just a matter of just limiting the runs, limiting the hits. And if he could do that and continue hitting well as he has in the past couple of innings, who knows? Zazzi might, like you said, might take this game to win and be able to fly down to Orlando, Florida for the first live land finale in MLB the Show. Man, every time I say that, dude, it's just
it gets me every time too. It gets me every time too, and I had goosebumps leading into today, and I care very much. I'm just a nerd at heart. I love MLB the Show, and I love the esports side of it, but I mean, I physically cannot imagine the emotions of these two guys. I mean, like when we talk about esports, sometimes we'll set the table and say, oh, here's someone that, is coming on the scene this year. Maybe like Cafe Loves BR, for example, not say that he's not a competitive player in nature, but he really came on the scene this year. So, you have, rookies, you have guys that make a name for themselves. But I mean, these are two guys that have been in this situation so many times. And you mentioned it earlier, Zazzi's kind of out for blood here. He remembers what it felt like to lose to Kriner. Yep. And he's one game away. So it's really, really important to see what happens here in the middle innings.
Now, I like this move. He's going to bring in Jason Adam. Remember, Jason Adam is one of his best relievers that he likes to go to. And, of course, we see the circle chains first pitch. Look at that, dog.
Right on. What an entrance. If you were wondering what kind of an entrance Jason Adam would have, he throws a Picasso-esque changeup, just beautifully painted on the inside half there. Now 0-1 missing with a fastball. But Harold Ramirez and a guy that we didn't see at all in game 1, 2 for 2 here in game number 2, and I'm not sure where that changeup missed. And
then I was just going to say, unlike Zazzi, Kriner is going to keep with Harold Ramirez, which makes sense. He's 2 for 2, so he's swinging the bat well with him. But just remember the difference. I'm not sure. I don't think does Kriner have Luke Raley on the bench.
To my knowledge, I think he does. I know he has Betancourt on the bench, but I know he doesn't love Betancourt that much either. And Mejia, who has kind of won the day over 1 for 2 as he'll foul that one off. But, if you're Kriner, you had a big lead. You had a first inning that was so electric that you started replaying home runs. And now as quickly as you got that, you're only up by 3 here. You're facing, in all reality, I would go as far as to say the toughest arm left in that bullpen. And it's because of that changeup. I mean, it's just so deceptive, and even right down the middle at nets pop outs.
But you mentioned before, his changeup is very similar to how the break does for the sinker too. It's just how Jason Adams' changeup works. It's very in particular on how he does it, his pitch does, and that's going to be roped to center. But I believe Seaver's going to be right hovering over there for out number 3 and another scoreless inning from Kriner. And Zazzi, hey, bottom of the lineup, but we know what he could do with the bottom of the lineup.
And it just it just feels like something's big going to happen here in the top, in the inning in general, because, as we set the storyline for this game, Kriner an early lead, Zazzi responds, but again, as that one's peppered to third, should be playable for Paredes and Love quickly out number 1. We've had it's something random, but new introduction to MLB this year is that yellow throw meter. And if you want any indicator, that's a tough out right there. But if you want any indicator of where the nerves might be at, I mean, if we see some yellow throws in the dirt, that might show a sign of nerves getting to guys. But, I mean, pretty level-headed out of both competitors. And it makes sense with how kind of vaunted they are as competitors.
And I'm sure Kriner knew that was Zazzi. Even though he had that big lead, he knew back in his head that Zazzi could come right back and
Here's Mejia
that
again.
perfect Mejia again.
Oh, my goodness. Mejia is otherworldly today, 110 miles an hour off the barrel of Mejia. Top of the order gives way to Sean Armstrong, another reliever entering, and Zazzi.
I'm hoping someone from the Content Live team is watching this. And
I hope
like,
so
look,
too.
We need a diamond Mejia.
I hope so. We deserve a 95 set 3 honors card of the Sunburst Invitational. They should have a Sunburst Invitational small program. Just give some Rays good cards for fun. I mean, some phenomenal performances. Yanni Diaz been a phenomenal performer in this tournament as well. He'll hit that to center field on a line. Siri is there for out number 3. So Zazzi with some loud contact, no runs scored. I mentioned I felt like this is going to be a big inning because we know what the tail end of the game is going to feel like, but we also know that Kriner, his offense has been dormant for the past couple innings. He had a very lively start to this game. He got the right man up. You got 2, 3, 4, and Wander Franco will begin. They're throwing an active bullpen. That bullpen catcher had no idea a base hit went underneath his legs there. Good thing it didn't hit him and knock him over. But Wander Franco is on the leadoff single. Arozarena to bat. And this might be that crooked number that Kriner's been looking for these past 3-4 innings. And now Rosarena, slider missing 1-0.
Now with the past 2 innings, we were able to hold up Kriner, but sometimes it's hard to control these type of hitters for that long. So it's just a matter of limiting the damage. And I know I sound like a broken record, but that's how it is when you face these top guys.
And it's so, oh my goodness. Like that,
missed.
dude, that has happened so much today. Look at that, like that PCI. We can take a picture of it. It's happened 7 or 8 times. A good timing hit on a changeup in the zone, but that PCI is always underneath it. It's such a deceptive changeup that Jason Adam throws.
Now, I'm very curious on how he's going to attack Brandon Lau. Brandon Lau, I mean, he saw the 2 pitches outside the corner, but remember in the first, that's how Brandon Lau got that opposite field double to score, I believe, the first or second run of the day.
And now you're behind 2-0 as well, so this is not and now it's 3-0. You might just be putting him on here. I mean, you don't want any. I would imagine a green light's on if anything's in the kitchen. It's or change up taken low. You let that go, but anything middle here, the bat is going to hit this base. Wow, he took a fastball dead red. Now 3-2. Kriner patient at the plate, and he'll draw a walk with Brandon Lau. And, I talked about how, Kriner's been patient at the plate, but Brandon Lau's not typically the guy you want to be patient with. You want to let him hit, but, I mean, that might show the headspace of where Kriner's at. Maybe he doesn't think that Brandon Lau is that otherworldly ball player that deserves a different approach. It feels like everyone's just been, look, you get in the box, you work the count. If you're Kriner, you're looking for your pitch here, and you got a big opportunity to put some more runs on first and second. Now a 2-1 count. Jose Sirius 2 for 3 against Sean Armstrong, that sinker cutter, and look at that slider out in front. And a step out now 2-2. Yeah.
That's definitely a good time out there. But great with Zazzi bringing Sean Armstrong. He wants to get the double play. That's what he's looking for, even with the 99 speed. And that's going to be infield fly rule for out number 2.
And some firewood landing in the infield there. Broken bat on that sinker. Jose Siri will be feeling that one for a little bit, but now a big at-bat, 2-on-2 away down the right field line on cue balls, and they go all the way past the bullpen. It's going to score 1, and you will take that every day of the week. Isak Paredes finding some green there with an RBI single. Kriner back to a 4-run lead.
There's nothing Zazzi could do on that. When sometimes it goes your opponent's way, it goes your opponent's way. That was a great pitch. It just unfortunately found some green in the outfield and able to get Kriner another run there.
And something I just love so I really think the gameplay this year is leaps and bounds better to what it was last year. You're going to have those very late hits every once in a while, like you mentioned. You can't do anything about it. But, I mean, you continue to put good contact on. Good things will happen. He ropes that one foul. That very early is going to be a souvenir. But a big at-bat here with corners and 2-way. Full count here, Josh Lowe. Harold Ramirez on deck could potentially get pinch hit if Luke Raley is on the bench. Little bit underneath that cutter. Deep to right center. Siri on the run level play. So Kriner does get 1. But here we go. I mean, Zazzi, you're up 1-0 in the series. If you win this game, you are going to Florida. I mean, you don't have to play a third game versus Kriner. In my opinion, this is Zazzi emptying the tank right here. Good swing, top set over to first, but I just, knowing that you'd have to play Kriner one more time, I mean, I would put all of your eggs in this basket. Obviously, you're going to do that anyway, but I mean, the emotions that Zazzi must be feeling, knowing that if he has a good final 3 innings, he's in Florida, I can't imagine, but quickly, 2 up and 2 down.
That's 2 quick outs right there. And now Kriner's using Sean Armstrong to the advantage and using that sinker and cutter to get those both outs there.
And it has to be so refreshing for these players to go from a McClanahan or a Jason Adam to say, finally, warmth and comfort, a sinker cutter.
Yeah.
That one dumped to the third baseman, and a rare 0 for Brandon Lau. Now 0 for 4 on the day. Zazzi down by 4. Home half of the 7th, and now Harold Ramirez versus a righty. He is 2 for 2. I would imagine he'll be given a third at-bat here, but there's Luke Raley on the bench, and here he comes.
So he was on the bench. There we go.
So again, we saw in game 1, all lefties were in the lineups for both players, knowing that knowing McClanahan was in, the lefty would be on the bench for an opportune matchup, and Luke Raley, that's not what you wanted to do off the pine there. pops it up weakly to Arozarena and a one-pitch pinch hit opportunity. He'll be hoping he gets one more at bat, and Mejia, the 9-hitter, can reset the order in a good way here. Fastball popped up though, and quickly out number 2. And we talked about it being important for Zazzi to get runs. I mean, for Zazzi, this is huge. If you can get a 1-2-3 out of Kriner in the 7th inning, and he's gonna get it. That ball to center field, matching 1, 2, 3 innings in the 7th, will give way to the 8th inning. Zazzi down by 4. Again, man, he knows he's 2 good innings away from going to Florida.
And Zazzi could put up those 4 or 5 runs in an instant, so be on the lookout for him. I feel like the bottom of the lineup has been better for Zazzi throughout these first 2 games, and here we go, 5, 6, 7 due up right here.
And you want to be aggressive, but more than anything, getting Siri on the base pass, just getting the line moving to start the inning, and a cutter just missing. What a take there by Zazzi. Paredes on deck. Armstrong will deal on 3 and 2. The best pitch of the game, of course, a sinker right down the middle, popped out weakly for out number 1.
And sometimes the pitch down the middle is sometimes the hardest pitch a hit in MLB the Show because you're not expecting it. You're looking for outside corner, inside corner, up, down. It's just the middle pitch is sometimes you're not expecting it. So sometimes it's more effective than you would think.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's not a pitch that you want to go to all the time, but we've talked to these guys about what if you transition from last year competitively to this year competitively, what have been the gameplay differences? And they both said very loudly, pitching is very difficult this year. And you've seen guys that in a 2-2 count here, he might go pitch to contact, just throw something in the zone. Now sinker missing 3 and 2. You don't want to do that all the time, but that sinker down the middle nets him and out for the first at bat and another. I mean, Scuffy, we've had 8 outs in a row here.
Yeah, it's just maybe it's stamina a little bit. I don't know. It just feels like they've been playing at this type of high level a bit. Sometimes the focus drifts off a little bit, but then again, these are the top players, and they could easily lock right back in.
And that whole idea of locking in, we've all felt it when you play MLB the Show. Some of us are lucky to lock in for 3 at-bats. These guys have had games where they lock in for 9 innings, but a quiet offense here in the late innings, and Wander Franco, another 1, 2, 3 inning, and now I want to mention the Zazzi.
That's that type of swing right there you want.
Yeah,
Zazzi wants right
exactly.
there.
So how much do you think the knowledge of knowing that you're 1 game away is weighing on him? It feels like the emotions of the moment might have gotten to him a little bit there on that cut.
No, it is there. I mean, we've been in this scenario before. This is the second time they're going around in this type of magnitude of a series, where Zazzi had the 1-game lead or had the clutching game where he could win it or win a spot in this scenario to the live land finales in Full Sail University. So, and the pressure is definitely there.
And another out, and I mean, if you're a spectator at the Trop, you have to be utterly confused of the game ticket you bought. You saw offense non-stop to begin this game, and it's become dormant for both offenses here to the point where we haven't seen a base hit in a little bit. And my voice does it again. Randy Arozarena right on cue will serve that into right for a 1-out single. Kriner with a 4-run lead, looking for some insurance here in the 8th inning.
And now Brandon Lau up here, and it's kind of been a quiet besides that first inning hit from Brandon Lau for both Brandon Laus for each.
He's 1 for 7 in this game combined. Yeah,
it's not what you expect to see.
And he'll get a lefty again. And, we talked about that, Brandon Lau is better power lefty-lefty, but it's still lefty-lefty. I mean, it's I think lefty-lefty's harder than righty-righty. That's all a personal feel thing, but a mistaken location right there. You don't want to throw that too much to Brandon Lau. Poche, fastball gets the zone now 2 and 2. Arozarena at first, 1 out, 1 man on. Curveball missing. Maybe you go back to that slider low and away.
I was just about to say that.
Runner in motion on a fastball. Brandon Lau right center field. That should score Arozarena. Checking in at 2 will be the second baseman. An RBI double. And for the time being, at least 1 insurance run here in the 8th. A 5-run lead for Kriner, who again must win this game to force a game 3 in Jose Siri. Out to right for out number 2. Runner in motion. Throw to third is not going to be in time, though. So 1 more big run to get there at third base with 2 down.
Kriner being a little aggressive. He can when he had the 4-run lead. He was able to get another run there. It's just showing that he wants to put the pressure right onto Zazzi going to the 9th.
Intentional walk. Paredes 3 for 4 on the day, a triple shy of the cycle, and that'll give way to a lefty at bat. And Josh Lowe, another name we're not used to, being 0 for, but he's 0 for 4. And I can't fault thinking about the play here. You know, he has good clutch, obviously, but you would prefer the righty-lefty matchup. So he'll yank him out and bring in Betancourt. And Betancourt, as you know, we've seen Kate bring up, and a lot of people in chat multiple times, has been an RBI singles machine. But that's a perfect for an out. So we will go to the 9th inning, and let's set the table here. Kriner up by 5. If Zazzi responds, then obviously we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. But if Zazzi does not respond, this will go to a winner-take-all Game 3 for $2,000 and a spot to go to Florida.
And he's bringing in Diekman, but we all know about Diekman. Diekman's very effective with his pitches, but he has to pitch in the zone to be effective because he could be very wild at times. So I'm very curious if Zazzi tries to take a strike each bat to just let him settle in.
So Jake Diekman begins with that fastball. I mentioned this is a point with Fairbanks as well. With these guys with bad pars, I love this, dude. I just, with the guys with bad pars, just get ahead with 2 strikes. Just get ahead, force the opponent to have to kind of sure up with 2 strikes there. He'll yank that one foul. Great job of pitching here from Kriner with Diekman. And that sets him down for out number 1, blanked on the fastball. He's going right to him, and I don't blame Kriner. You're up by 5. You don't want to walk anyone right here. You know Zazzi's going to hit the ball anyway, but you do have a 5-run cushion. So at least early on, we might not see any balls thrown by Kriner. There's another strike and producing another out.
Just being very aggressive here, and it's paying off big time for him. We saw in the bottom of the 8th able to go hit and run with there, and now we're
down to
seeing
his
a lot
final
of
out.
Strikes here from Diekman. So that's,
Zazzi down to his final out. He won Game 1 9-7. He will be losing Game 2. You couldn't write this script even if we fixed these games, which we did not. We are going to Game 3. This is a winner-take-all game to provide the final contestant representing the Sunburst Invitational in Orlando, Florida at Full Sail University. I can't believe it, Scuffy. We got our Game 3.
We wanted.
We got our Game 3.
Selfishly, we wanted the Game 3, and now we're going to get it. And you couldn't ask for any better for this matchup. And not only that, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table, and we are probably most likely see Eflin versus Eflin again.
It has to be Eflin.
It's going to be a lot to see.
Like it's something that we're not slighting the Tampa Bay pitching, but when we talk about the transition from IRL baseball, real baseball to MLB the Show, I mean, just the fact of the matter is a basic 4-seam slider curve change repertoire is not going to get you anywhere. So my assumption is that we go Eflin Game 3 as all bets are off here.
You have to. There's no other way. So we'll see those lefties come back into the lineup for sure. We won't see them on the bench again. So it's going to be a much similar lineup that we saw in Game 1, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, but Kriner, how about it? Come after from Game 1 being down and able to have that big inning in the first.
Was it 7 runs in the first inning?
It was,
it 8?
I think it was around 6 or 7, but
Something
he was
like
up 9-1 at a point.
Yep.
And it looks coming in the third, he was up 9-1. It looked like we were even talking about will there be a mercy. And however, I do like what you saw from Zazzi. He was able to fight back. Yes, he wasn't able to get all the runs, but he still had some good swings in there that just didn't go his way. I know that Yandy Diaz had, I believe, 2 outs that he looked at good contact, but it was just lineouts, and there's nothing you can do about that because sometimes that's just MLB the Show for you.
And a very exciting development here. I didn't think we were getting interviews till after the series was over. We're getting a little bit of an interview before we head into Game 3, and we're going to get a live kind of cue into the headspace of our competitors here with Kriner and Zazzi whenever we get somebody brought in the booth here. But I just, Scuffy, man, We're getting a Game 3 with Kriner and Zazzi. I mean, I don't think the Twins game I turn on today will not equate this level of entertainment.
No,
this is unbelievable.
By how much we love the esports part of MLB the Show, this is like Christmas Day for us, right?
It's absolutely. Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head with that.
To see this type of matchup and to heavyweight type of matchup and to go to do-all, end-all game to win the last spot in the live land finale. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better on this Saturday day.
Yeah, this is the perfect way to end this qualifier, and this is the final game of the qualifiers. I mean that is the reality here, is that we've had 2 of them. We've had hundreds of players that all signed up hoping to be one of the 2 people in the first ever in-person final. And we are 1 game away from knowing who our final person is. And I can't believe we're finally here. This is incredible.
It's only a matter of time to see how this all unfolds. I'm very curious on how the adjustments will be made going to game 3, especially for Zazzi. Zazzi, once again, on the second game, he gave up a lot of hits, a lot of runs off the bat, but he was able to adjust. So, and not only that, late in those innings, you mentioned before, both those players had uncharacteristic swings. It just felt they were a little bit more aggressive than the original approach they had, to be a little bit more patient. So I'm very curious how the nerves feel right now for them going to game 3 and how they'll compose that.
Well, something else that I think has been and this is a product of using the Rays roster and playing the Trop. You know, there have been swings in these games that if you had Chipper Jones at Laughing Mountain, it's a home run. But we're at the Trop, and you're using, you know, Francisco Mejia with some 60-odd power. I mean, if you were going to get a hit, you got to piece that thing. I mean, every single run has been earned. It's been hard fought, and now we're down to Eflin and whatever the F's going to happen with that. I don't know.
It's just, I mean, anything happened. It's game 3. It's game 7 if you want to compare it. So we'll just have to strap in, see how it goes. And these are the top guys. They're here for a reason. Let's just mention that they're here for a reason. And to have them go game 3, it just shows how each opponent plays so well when they're on the game. And I feel like game 1, Zazzi was on his game. Game 2, you really saw what Kriner does well, being very patient at the plate. And when he sees the pitch, he takes advantage of that, especially in the first inning that we saw last game.
And again, we should be getting those guys pulled in here for interviews, getting set up right now. So we'll be getting them keyed in here in a moment. I believe we'll go Kriner 1 and then Zazzi 2. And then we'll probably have a little bit of a buffer time before that game 3. So if you're in the viewing audience, your slate.
This is where you get your popcorn back ready.
Yeah.
Maybe you get refill.
Absolutely.
Get your drink ready and just strap in with the rest of us.
I don't know if you have time to throw a burger on the grill and get all the garnishes going, but you probably have just enough time to throw a Hot Pocket in the microwave.
Something like that.
Get some water, some orange juice, whatever you got that you're sipping on and munching on watching this game. But as someone – and we're both, fans of MLB the Show, but, we've both watched other esports tournaments before. And I know as a viewer to these tournaments, it's one, an amazing thing to watch the best of the game, but 2, it's another thing to have the production behind it, have a broadcast crew behind it. It adds so much weight to these games. It builds the immersion more. So I would have to imagine everyone at home enjoying and really being treated to a high-class meal. I mean, this is not mom and dad, looking in the fridge and saying, crap, we got nothing. Let's stop at McDonald's here. I mean, we are, full 7-course meal, professional chefs coming out here, red carpet and all. This is phenomenal.
It's come a long way, especially for the esports scene in MLB the Show. We had, we can't mention without the players that we used to have back in the day. I mean, we're talking about the pitching rebels, the Zeeks, the B-Trues, the Cardinal Birds. It came such a long way and progressed, and you just love to see where it is right now. And I gotta say, just this alone, this qualifiers alone has been a blast to watch. And I can't wait to see where it goes from here.
And you mentioned some of those, names from, the early days of MLB The Show esports. Kriner takes influence from some of those guys, and we have him ready to jump in to our interview here to talk about where his head's at for game 3. Pulling him in here in just a moment. And then we'll have are we pulling his webcam in, or are we just having audio? All webcam. Okay, cool. So we'll get him pulled in here in just a moment. And then we'll have a little chat with Zazzi. But for now, chatting with the man, who had a great response in game 2. I want to go to that first inning, and you score, I believe, 7. Do you remember? Was it 7 runs?
I thought it was the second inning, but you could be right.
Oh, it might be the second. Yeah, is it something like that? But regardless,
Oh, you had 3 in the one. It was 3-1 in the top after the first, and then in the second, that's where you got, because you had the Brandon Lau, which was a fantastic hit, by the way, because it was a changeup away, and you're able to push that to the other side. And but yeah, going into, I think, to Thude's point, going to having that big enough lead. Was there any point where you wanted to go for, like, get to 4 and get that 10-run deficit so you could end the game early, or you just knew how good Zazzi was and you just had to keep at it?
I wanted the mercy right away, to be honest, because I knew.
I love the honesty.
I knew he was coming back. I knew I had to keep pouring it on, and when he got it's like 10-5, then 10-7. I was like, oh my god, this is like Cafe last weekend, but reversed. And then I started pressing at the plate, but we were able to get a win, so that's all that matters at the end. If it doesn't matter if we walk it off, grand slam, a win, or mercy him, the win counts the same. So I'm just happy we got the win.
And going back to that point, you said you were pressing a little bit near the end of the game. It felt like you both were. We saw, heavy offense early in those late innings. That's when, we all know when we play the show. I mean, if you're losing and you get to the 7th inning, now you sit up in your chair a little bit. You say, all right, I only got 3 innings left. I'll kind of lock in here. I mean, we're like, because you struggled in those later innings, you end up getting the win regardless. But you obviously understand these moments. You've been here, done that. What was going on in those late innings? Were you just having a hard time seeing the ball, or what was going on there?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know, because I felt like we stopped hitting at the same time. Like, it felt like it was 10-7 for like 4 innings. And my thought, just pitching, was just throw strikes. You probably saw in the 9th inning with Diekman, I wasn't throwing a ball. If he's hit, or if he got 5 runs without a walk, he can enjoy the trip to Florida. I'll just tip my cap, but I'm just not walking guys anymore. That's like my biggest thing right now is I feel like walks just come back to bite me every single time.
I feel like that was the adjustment you made from game 1 to game 2, right? Because game 1 you did have early walks with Zach Eflin, and I remember you're like, I can't walk with Zach Eflin, especially with his control. And then game 2, it went both ways too. It went with the pitching and then hitting. You seemed much more patient at the plate, just looking for your pitch and taking advantage of it when the mistake was made.
Yeah, I just first pitch outs when I'm hitting are just a killer, and I try to limit those. And at the end of the day, you're not going to get a lot of guys out if you're not throwing strikes. So I just kind of simplified the game and stopped like overthinking it and just threw strikes and looked for my pitch. I know it sounds so simple, but it's so hard to do.
So we don't want to tire you out with the interview here, as you got your one of the most important games of your life. I mean, coming up here with an opportunity to go to Florida. My thing that I'm thinking of as we go into this game 3 is like, what is your expectation for yourself early in this game? Are you going to be pressed if you're not scoring runs early? Is it not going to matter to you? Do you say, like, I want to put up at least 4 through 2? Like, what's that kind of mindset heading into this final game looking like at the start?
I don't really care about the score until the 9th inning. I'm just going to play my game and see what happens.
Great mindset to have.
Fair enough. I mean, that's how we've been here, done that. It's now, can we ask, is it Eflin?
Probably.
You don't,
but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. My guess is it'll be a we'll see from both.
That in there.
We'll try. We'll try our best. That's a very well seasoned veteran right there. Answer that's watching Bull Durham and then the bid in Bull Durham where he's talking about preparing the answers for reporters, like this is what you have to say to every single question.
I'm sorry, Kriner, I'm that guy now.
I'll confirm it. It's Eflin.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, Kriner, and regardless of what happens, man, just an exceptional show of baseball. Can't wait to see what happens, man. But thank you for stepping in the booth with us for a little interview before game 3.
Yep, I appreciate it.
So again, that was Kriner. That was Kriner, one of our 2 competitors in this final. We'll be hearing from Zazzi here in a moment, and then we'll have a little bit of a buffer, but doesn't care about runs to the 9th inning. That's a great mindset to have.
I do. I mean, that's the mentality you need, because when you're facing these top guys, there's times where you're just going to give up runs. There's nothing you do because the placement of the PCI is just too elite, at this level, and
Yeah.
it's so much fun to watch, especially at this legend difficulty, that at the highest difficulty in MLB the Show, and to still be able to do that. There's sometimes it's out of your control, so just keep at it, keep trusting your ability to get back in the game, or just take advantage and keep on pushing your lead if you're leading, of course. But I'm just excited that we have game 3. I really am.
I'm very excited we have a game 3, and someone who's probably not too pumped to have a game 3 is Zazzi, because he wins game 1, he fights back in game 2. We're going to talk to him here in a moment, but I mean, from the interview process, I mean, these two guys are guys that know each other very well. They're two very level-headed kids, and they're just phenomenal competitors. And I really think one of the biggest things that I think everyone watching should take away from, if you're a competitor yourself, this is how you carry yourself. You saw Kriner, Zazzi come on here in a second. He'll be perfect just like Kriner was. And then I'll look to the camera and say, that is how you show yourself and you market yourself. These are two guys that are just exceptional talents and exceptional human beings as well.
Yes, you couldn't say that better. They're just straight up. And not only that, one good thing is they both, if they lose or whoever wins, they'll be happy for the other competitor just as much as them winning. So you love to see that sportsmanship, right? And it's always great to see at this top of the level.
And we got to talk to Kriner, Zazzi, awaiting to jump in our interview here whenever the lovely people, but I don't envy the behind the scenes job today at all. I like, remember last weekend you had to talk to me about how to do the windowed OBS. I don't, God bless Paul and Rare Drop, man. I have no clue how to do any of this behind the scenes stuff.
It comes with the territory, but we're here, right? This is what we want.
Yep. And now going to our second interview before we get into game 3. Zazzi winning game 1, losing game 2. How are we feeling as we head into this third game?
Not as bummed as maybe I should be, to be honest with you. I felt like that game, there was a lot of things that just didn't go my way. I felt like I could count 3, 4, 5 very early weak hits down the line, which is something that didn't really happen in the first game. But I felt like that game could have gone both ways. And I think if things went my way, I'd maybe have a little bit more confidence at the plate later in the game. But honestly, not too bad.
Well, I know what, I'm not really surprised, because you were down 9-1 at one point, and you were able to fight back and get to 7 runs and to be eventually 10-7. How does it feel to know going to game 3 that you don't have to use Shane McClanahan? You could go back to Eflin if you want. At the comfort level, especially it was there in game 1, and now be able to go back with game 3 with them.
Yeah, I think I imagine both of us go Eflin. It's too risky to go a guy like Glasnow, and McClanahan didn't really work out for me, and didn't work out great for him either. Really, I mean, once again, like I said, like a few things just couldn't go my way, but other than that, I think it's going to be an Eflin game. I think we're both going to be primed and ready to go.
Yeah, and we're not going to give away game strategy. I'm not going to ask you how you're setting your lineup. We'll see that when we get into the game itself. But you saw in game 1, both of you guys have all 3 lefties in the lineup. Game 2, you know that you're not getting Eflin. So you guys both pocketed a lefty on the bench. I'm very curious to see lineup-wise, do you feel like you're kind of rolling the same kind of thing you've been doing? Are you thinking about bumping people around? Is the same kind of program? Like, where's that headspace at?
I'm gonna have to see in game here, but I'm not opposed to changing things up a little bit. I feel like I actually like what Kriner's done with his lineup a little bit and spreading out some of his better bats. So I'm definitely not opposed to moving some guys around here, but it's gonna be just kind of a feel it out and all the guys will be like, okay, where can I put these guys exactly where they need to be for the guys who are driving in runs for me today? Because that's the way I look at it, is who's doing it today,
Now, is there anything from like game 2 that you're taking that like, all right, I did this well, maybe it didn't just go my way? Because I believe there was some good contact. I remember the Yandy Diaz, you had a good, it was dead center PCI, just it was just lineup. What you're going to do is sometimes that's just how we would show. But you could take that, be like, I've been getting good swings. I just had to, they'll drop eventually for me. And do you take that come into game 3?
That's just it. I mean, keeping the confidence that you have. I mean, when you're hitting the ball well, you're hitting the ball well. And, games you're not going to get results. But this game, I feel at least a tiny bit more comfortable being the home team this game coming into game 3.
Exactly. That was one of the things
that advantage.
That is true.
And I need to be better on the mound early, because going down however many runs, no matter how many I came back with, is a really difficult deficit to come back from. So I've got to put myself in a better position. I know a couple of things that I just kind of rush pitches, and you can't do that. You really can't, especially against Kriner.
Yeah, and just a phenomenal game one. You rally in game two, but I said it to Kriner earlier too. I can't believe I'm so. I don't know if you know this, like, as the person playing, but getting you two in this best of three is unbelievable. I mean, this has been some of the best esports MLB the Show that I've seen in quite some time, man. So it's been, regardless of what happens, just exceptional baseball today, dude.
In a maybe a little bit of a defeating way, I'm super happy this is going to game three. I think it's going to be the best showing for us. So honestly, it would have been nice to walk away into. But,
that's what we were joking about.
Yeah. You know what? Game three is game three. It's going to be super entertaining. And
did that weigh in you at all going into game two, knowing you were one game away, or was it still full steam ahead, same mindset?
It's easy to start drifting a little bit and start thinking about it, but I tried to clear my head as much as possible going into game two. But it's overall the goal is just to win the game. I'm not too worried about thinking about Florida. I'm just thinking about what I can do this game to make a big difference.
And you're ready for it. It's now you got a clear head now, because now it's all bets are off. This is the final game of the series, and we will be going to that game in just a bit. Zazzi, appreciate you jumping on for the call. We're going to take a little bit of a break, I think, and then we'll be leading into our game three. But Zazzi, best of luck. Thanks for jumping on with us today.
Thank you, guys. Let's hope we put on a good show here.
So that was Zazzi. We got an interview with him and Kriner, and now, Scuffy, I think we got a little bit of a 5-minute buffer, I think is what is communicated. So to everybody at home, great time to grab a drink, great time to grab some food. Sunflower seeds if you got them. I don't have a cup to spit some seeds in, but I wouldn't be able to munch on seeds anyway. I was
about to say, can you do that
crazy.
when you're broadcasting?
No way.
I mean, that's a special talent if you could do that. That's a real special talent. But I gotta say, it's been fantastic to get up to this point where we are right now. It's been great to be part of the booth with you.
We've been doing a great job, man. I have to tell you, for working together for a very short time, I mean, this is a well-oiled operation we got going on here, man. So you're doing a great job, and I just I'm so used to doing a lot of these tournaments on my own, trying to just cast as many games as I can, to now finally having a co-host and, finally having someone to riff with, and having not only just another body, but someone who's been there, done that as a competitor, and has a vast knowledge of this game, Scuffy. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anybody better to call these games with.
I think we both share the same passion where we want to see MLB the Show and the Sweet Esports, and it's only going up, and we're seeing that right here, just straight on. And I hope everyone in chat's been enjoying as well. You guys showing up and supporting means the world to watch this qualifiers, watch all these tournaments. So it's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And again, we're a couple minutes away, and we're going to jump into our Be Right Back scene here, and then we'll be back in a couple minutes. And then game three, the final game of the final qualifier. We'll find out who our second person going to Florida is in a couple minutes. Don't go away. So everybody, welcome back into the booth with me and Scuffy here. I'm almost sad to say this. You know, we've gone through so many games, and now this is it. I mean, this is the last. I mean, it's not the final. You know, we have the final. We have the final later this August, August 28th, off the top of my head, if I believe, at Full Sail University for the championship of this the tournament the Tampa Bay Rays have put together. But this is the final game of the qualifiers, and it's been such a long road to get here. We've had so many fantastic games. I mean, Scuffy, if you could think off the top of your head, I mean, what are some of your favorite moments that you've seen from these two qualifiers here?
I mean, just I can say games, and then I can say players, right?
Yeah.
Games, it's just been to see how people are resilient with this. Not only that, one of my favorite moments is when Kriner bunted in extra innings. Remember that?
Yes.
That was one of my favorite moments, just to be, and he walked it off eventually. So that's always still, because you don't usually see that from these top games in MLB the Show, but with being the strict roster restrictions being the Rays, sometimes you had to play that small ball like you see in baseball. So it was fun to see.
And that's something that, we asked them in the interviews, and I'm not going to, say names and stuff, but just a general reception that we got was for those baseball plays, because we're so used to with esports it only being like home runs. Like that's how you win, is making perfect contact hitting home runs. But this is a different style of tournament. So you heard guys say, if it's a 3-2 count and I have less than 2 outs, I still might be sending that runner. Now we saw it not work out, I believe, for Zazzi on that double play he had. But I mean, maybe steals are in play. Maybe, I mean, this is all bets are off. Like, there's no game after this. So you need to get every run you can. We
kind of saw that throughout the qualifiers. A lot more hit and runs, being much more aggressive around, because you sometimes with these type of hitters and being the attributes they have, you might not get another shot. We saw that through the qualifiers. But then again, here we go. Game 3, dude. I'm ready.
I'm so pumped, and we're going to get a little bit of a look in the lineup here. Early vibe is that all three lefties are in both lineups. We expect that, as we do expect to see Zach Eflin on the mound for both competitors. We do see Mejia slated in, and I will say it's an interesting development, because Betancourt has been almost near you. And obviously, we talked about Mejia at length, so it's not like Mejia's just randomly shown up here. But you saw Betancourt be a reliable bat throughout the entire tournament, and now you're in the final best of 3. His job is mostly eating seeds on the bench today.
You could thank Zazzi for that. I mean, Zazzi's been unreal with Mejia. And then not only that, Kriner was 2 for 3 with him last game. And not only that, he has a hit before in game 1. So it's crazy what that could do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw lineups a little bit. We're going to have a game coming up here in a moment. But, I mean, as the viewers at home, Scuffy up in the booth, Paul, I don't know where you're at, somewhere. But, I mean, everybody needs to just collectively understand that we might be due for one of the best games of MLB the Show that we've ever seen. I mean, this is a do-or-die game for the right to go to Florida and be in the first in-person final ever. This has got to be the sweatiest game that these two have ever played, and I can't believe that we get to watch it.
Yep, and here we go.
So
it looks like it's going to be, like we said, Eflin versus Eflin. We'll expected. So here we go.
There's no reason not to. I mean, the repertoire, obviously the pars, or the per nines, I should say, are lower than McClanahan, but that's kind of the same comment that we've talked about with swings. Like, you might opt to go with someone with a better swing compared to stats because you like, that approach. Eflin, lower per nines than McClanahan, as he throws a sinker way upstairs for a 1-0 count here, but a significantly better repertoire. And now we are settled in, and we begin game 3 of this best of 3, the final game of the qualifiers here for the Sunburst Invitational. Bako is at home. He knows that he has already punched his ticket to Florida as he won call number 1. We will find out who will be joining him after about 9 innings of play, maybe some more. Who knows what will happen at the end of this one. But on the mound is Zazzi. He is the home team in this best of 3. Kriner, the away team. He has a man on with 1 out. We saw early offense from him in game 3, game 2. Will we see it in game 3 here?
I mean, that's where he got the momentum, right? He went down 1, because Zazzi got the Randy Rosarina solo shot, but he was able to get respond with 3, and not only that, in the second he kind of let the ball go his way, and he was able to get 7 runs here. So I'm very curious on how he's going to use that method and try to keep it at the same way to get into game 3.
And I think a sneaky hidden part of this game too is going to be the use of that pause time. You know, there's nothing after this. Like, this is the last sweaty game that they're going to play today. They might go play ranked later, but that nowhere near feels the same as this. So
I don't know if you could go both play after this. I feel like
I wouldn't pick up a controller for a week if I was playing. No way. I would definitely take a moment. Yeah. But with that being said, with the pause time in mind, I want to see if things start going bad for either one of these players to just take a moment and chill out. I mean, because we saw in that last game, Kriner said it in the interview before this third game, he was pressing in game 2 at the end. So you can't let yourself do that in this game. You have to learn from that and take a moment and collect yourself. Curious to see if we'll see that in game 3.
And then though both of them are very capable of doing that, that's where I get their I would say the aura is from the composure and able to compete at this high level. I believe they were both fantastic in doing that. So now in game 3, it's going to be a little bit more nerves. I know I would be. I mean, game and like elimination game, 2K guaranteed, and then get them flown down in Florida for opportunity to win 8 more. And not only, win up to 8K, and not only that being the first live event. I mean, there's a lot going on right now.
The amount of nerves that I had in general for everything, I've always just been a not nervous person, but I've always let, moments kind of build up to the point where when I got a test in school, I would be nervous to write my name on the test. So if that's where I'm at on something that's not for $2,000 and a trip to Florida, I can't imagine where these two guys are at right now.
Just think how we are for like 11-0 game in BR, or when we're in the World Series.
I did go flawless finally this year. 3 years. 3 years.
The magnitude doesn't even compare between what this game is right now. So
absolutely. We're just getting feedback all queued up here, and then gameplay will be starting of this best of 3. But I feel like we're due for a high offense game. But
I'm feeling a shootout right here. I am.
I also, we mentioned it in Qual 1. I don't have the math in front of me, but I know that we had much lower scoring games in Qual 1 than Qual 2, and I would think to a degree, as we look back to that best of 3, ultimately that was for a chance to go to Florida. So the nerves weigh into it, but we gotta be seeing a high scoring game here, don't you think?
That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, one of the best games I ever saw in the esports was Be True versus Darius. This is MLB the Show at 19 in one of the circuits, and it was a 19-18 type of game. I'm hoping for something like a shootout like that. Yeah. I am. Just electric.
Well, we've had high scoring in this tournament. We had a 9-7 game 1. I believe we had a 12-7 game 2, or was it 11-7? 12-7.
12-7. You're right.
So as we jump back into this one, top half of the first, again, to remind everyone at home, this series is tied 1-1. The winner of this game wins the series. And at the plate right now is Kriner. He is the away team. On the mound is Zazzi. So he is the home team, and he will get last ups, and that will be an interesting note to kind of keep an eye on as this game goes on. But we're currently just in the first inning getting started. Man on 2 away, Randy Rosarena, who has sent about 37 fly balls out to Randy land in left field, and now a 2-1 count. Good opportunity to send another. Eflin Cutter deep to right field, nearing the track, but that's going to hang. Got a little bit underneath it, and a scoreless first. I'm not going to say I'm an elite, meteorologist over here, but I do think the nerves of these first 2 innings might provide lower scoring, and then Eflin could get hit up later on, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's just what you wanted from Zazzi right there. I mean, what happened in game 2, you're able to get Kriner was able to get 3 runs off the bat. Now he's able to get 0. Get a little bit more locked in, get your composure going, and to feel a little bit more comfortable as you go in and ease the nerves.
And that was a tough hack right there. He had good timing. PCI was on it, got a little check swing cheese right there. Could have argued that he was going for a foul ball there, but one up, one down. Luke Raley batting the 2-hole here. So a guy that, thumps righties, doesn't do great versus lefties, but someone that we saw on benches in game 2 is now batting second and 2 up and 2 down via punch-outs. And no balls thrown by Eflin so far either.
And that's what Kriner said. He doesn't want to give up walks, especially we saw that with game 1 with Kriner. He gave up a couple of walks with Eflin, especially with his control. He feels that's not an excuse to do with his control and doesn't want to give up those walks. Now he's kind of being a little bit more aggressive here.
But having Eflin really circles back. The point is that one's fouled off. The cutter away in these righty at bats. Whoever can hit that ball best is probably winning this game today, because that probably means that they're the one getting Eflin out sooner. That's getting early runs on. But we've had no hits so far, or we had one hit, excuse me, as we came back from the break in the top half, but a scoreless top half of the first. Now 2 up, 2 down, and a 2-2 count to Randy Rosarina. Eflin will deal, and he'll chop that weakly to him, and he'll throw that over to first, and a scoreless first inning in this best of 3. Offense is definitely looming. I would say the offense is nearly around the corner, but we might be seeing some in inning number 2.
Well, you got to say, this is game 3, so the nerves might be there. It's just a matter of them easing and get into the game itself. That'll come. That'll come to the territory. They're these top players before. They've been here before, right?
Yep.
They've been in these circuits. They've been in the finales. They won them as well. So it's just a matter of getting back into that routine and trusting in your ability and just let the game go.
And now a rather interesting development here, Brandon Lau coming up to bat. We came into today talking about Brandon Lau as if he was a mythic creature that has been foretold in books for hundreds of centuries throughout the world. But he had a very quiet game 2 for both players. And
it was like 1 for 7, 1 for 8.
Yeah, 1 for 7, 1 for 8, something like that. So, this is a guy that if you even remotely connect with the ball, it is going very hard and very fast somewhere. So, you got to execute with Brandon Lau. You got some lefties coming up here. And a use of the pause time here, taking a little bit of a breath. And I think we'll be having a lot of these. This is for all the marbles. This is game 3 of a best of 3 right here.
Yeah, I believe we're having a little audio issues and we're trying to get that fixed currently. So to hang up there. Oh, it looks like we're ready about to go. Oh,
we're back to us. All right.
We're back to us. Here we go.
Still trying to get that audio. No big deal right there. Rare drop and Paul getting everything queued away for us there. But, we have a scoreless first inning. I'm not it's interesting because we have a scoreless first inning and now we're having a little bit of limbo time here. I wonder if we might see a scoreless second. We might see a slow start to offenses. This hasn't been, beat like going through the station, flying through a typical game. We've had stoppages. They also, we had to interview both these guys before game 3. You're not used to having to do that before a game. I love that we did it. It was a great interview, but these early innings, it almost feels like they might be having to like you said earlier, recentering themselves and saying, okay, we're back in the game again. Now I got the tempo going and now I'm good. It's going to be who finds that tempo first.
Yeah. And the hits will come through. The hits will come.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If Vegas had a line on this game, I would say, what would you put the over under?
We got
at?
19 in this game 2. What did we get for game 1?
We got 16.
16.
So if Vegas put the line at over under 18.5, are you?
I guess so. I'm hoping for the over.
I'm hoping for the over too. I absolutely.
Yeah.
We're
might
hoping,
be an under though.
Yeah, we're hoping for fireworks here. Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens there. But we should be due for baseball here in a moment, and right on cue, it looks like we are back to baseball here at the top half of the second, game 3 of our best of 3. Kriner at the plate. Brandon Lau, we mentioned it a little bit ago. Combined in game 2 went 1 for 7, maybe even 1 for 8. His first at bat here for Kriner, though, will send that one deep, but foul. Very early timing on that four-seam fastball to Eflin that we have not seen that much, the four-seam fastball in particular. 0-2 Brandon Lau changeup missing. you don't want to work inside here, but maybe you're looking for that low and away portion, go to the changeup or the four-seamer again. Cutter inside, gets him to get a check swing. Probably slammed the X button there, but gets the check from Brandon Lau. Now an even 2-2. Eflin will deal to him inside 3-2 with a changeup.
Don't give in. I don't think he's going to give in here. He's just going to try to hit one particular zone. If it goes to beat a ball, he's fine with that.
And that's a great location right there, a little bit underneath the swing of Brandon Lau. And we'll have one out here in the top half of the second. And if I had to, I kind of alluded to it a little bit ago, but if I had to describe the feeling, it feels like everyone watching. Scuffy, I'm sure you feel the same way. The shoe is going to drop here soon. I mean, this is, I know the offense is coming. I don't know who's going to start off hot here.
Yeah, I don't know either, and it's just a matter of who will. And you always bring up if whoever wins those middle innings. Yep, might be the one that wins the game. So it might be due time that when we might be scoreless until maybe the 4th and 5th, and then see what comes from there.
And then the crooked numbers start piling up, and then we got some crazy baseball here. But
I feel like we keep on saying that because we want to jinx it. You want the broadcaster jinx right now?
Yeah, no, not anymore. No broadcaster jinx this game. I'll bite my tongue, I promise. 2-2 of coming here to Isak Paredes, who was intentionally walked last game. You remember he was 3 for 4, triple shy of the cycle. Base open, he was given the Brandon Lau treatment. Only other guy that's been intentionally walked in this tournament that we've seen in the broadcast in a 3-2 count. Kriner working that count very well. Eflin probably going sinker inside here, and he will, but that is not the location you want to throw that. You want that more on the black, a little bit lower on the zone, and he's lucky that ball wasn't rocketed over the wall and left, and he chops that cutter, and there's that topic, Scuffy. Cutter away, early timing, PCI, the whole 9. I mean, that is going to be the development as we jump into a fly ball to Siri to end the inning, and through an inning and a half, crickets so far here at the Trop.
Yeah, it's just not what we expect, but then again, it is game 3, right? It is game 3. It's the elimination game. And not only that, I'm very curious how it feels to go back to effort. They just pitched with Shane McClanahan, doesn't have the best control, but you're going to someone that does have the control again. So that confidence level maybe in the pitching is up there again. Even though pitching, we know it can't, sometimes might not go your way, but it might be there this time. And hey, the ball's going where they want.
And that might have been a show of gamesmanship there by that pitch is sent deep to left field. We'll talk about what I meant here in a moment, but Rosarena should have a play, and he will on the run. Good play in left field there, but you saw a little kind of show of a bunt there, gamesmanship with, I would assume, what was a great hit to center field to end the top half of the inning, but bats are making solid contact. We're waiting for the runs to show up, and there is our first one of the game. Jose Siri lifts that ball to right field. 362 feet, but it's enough for a home run. Our first run of the game. It's Jose Siri. It's Zazzi in game 3 at home with a 1-0 lead.
Siri with the reverse splits shows it right there. Get that opposite field home run with the 87 power of his. So hey, we saw Siri rise up through these qualifiers, especially in qualifier 2.
Absolutely. And Josh Lowe with a good cut there. That was in a hook just foul. And we'll move to an 0-2 count. And we talked about it at length in game 2 about what is that leash on McClanahan. It's a beautiful changeup, clips the bottom half for out number 2 there. But we talked about what was the leash on the starter. You know, not a great repertoire to McClanahan when you go to the bullpen right away. I mean, I would imagine, barring confidence, barring a barrage of runs, that Eflin's in this game until Eflin wants to leave for both guys.
Yes, without doubt. Unless it gets to that point where the opponent is seeing the ball well and able to get some hits. But you want Eflin to go as long as possible here.
And Paredes chops that one foul. Now 1-2 count. Kriner, or Zazzi rather, our first run of the game. Up the middle, pitcher wall. Wander Franco with a dive as well, but that is going to find a seam. A true definition of a CNI single right there. Finds a hole between 2 gloves, and Paredes is on. Now Wander Franco in that 8 hole once again with Mejia due up on deck. 2-out runner at first, 0-1 count. Eflin, pitch number 25 of this game 3, is sent sharply to second and through 2. Our first run of the game on the board, Zazzi, Jose Siri with an opposite field home run, and now Francisco Mejia to lead things off.
Now let's see how Mejia does again for Kriner. Kriner had a good game after not really having reps with him, but able to be 2 for 3 last game, plus another hit in game 1 when he pitch hit for him. So he definitely feels more comfortable with Mejia. So let's see how he does in game 3.
So Shu has dropped for Zazzi. The run is on the board. Would probably assume more offense to follow. Waiting for Kriner to put his first statement on this game. Still early in the top half of the third, but Mejia sinker right down the middle, a little bit underneath that swing, fouled off into the netting. Now an even 1-1 count, and that ball a little bit underneath as well. A lot of PCI contact this game has been underneath the baseball. We even saw Jose Siri's swing was underneath the baseball as well, and swings are not 100% yet. But
we haven't seen the hard contact just yet. Even for outs, we haven't seen hard contact. It's either early or late. It's just they don't have the timing down just yet. That will come. I mean, they'll eventually adjust. They're too good not to. So it's just a matter of when. And when is that when? If it's too late or just in time.
And something that we talked to going into the pre-show for Game 3 is Mejia hits a rope for out number 1 right there. That's a really tough break. Solid contact. But again, that's solid contact. So for Kriner, you'll take that, say, hey, man, I had put a good swing on the ball there. And now Jose Siri to bat. But Eflin and the way he's being used today, we talked about it, that will you see sinker cutter a ton, or will you see that changeup, Scuffy? And we're getting a constant barrage of that Eflin. Oh, my goodness. What a beautiful front door cutter. Clips the bottom half of the zone. Now 0-2 Eflin in the driver's seat versus Siri. That one missing upstairs. Probably going back to that changeup away here.
I was literally about to say that. The changeup away. That's what I expect to see.
But fastball checked that for out number 2. So Kriner is at risk of 3 innings of scoreless offense here.
I like that because I remember Zazzi indicated that he wants to throw the fastball more because Kriner might have thought that was a cutter, but he couldn't lay off. So it was there's nothing you could do with that.
And a broken bat, Yandy Diaz will go to first base with a nub in his hand. It is through 3. Kriner scoreless here.
Maybe
and now we go to the bottom half, and here comes Mejia.
Yeah, the pitching so far for both teams, I think they've been great. Now we probably are getting the pitching. We had 2 high-scoring games in Game 1, Game 2. Maybe it's the time where they show off their pitching side of things.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is that, and you line out there for Mejia, but you go to the nerves of this game. It is a Game 3. You also talked about going from McClanahan to now going back to Eflin as an adjustment. I do think, it's what we talked about. That 5th inning might be when things start to get real rowdy around here, especially after you've seen Eflin a fair amount once again. But for the time being, Zazzi holding a 1-run lead. If you're just joining, Jose Siri hit a home run to right field. It's been our only scoring of this third game. Yandy Diaz is a perfect to left center. That ball's going to land in between the outfielders, and that will be a 1-out double. And Zazzi, another extra base hit, looking for more here in inning number 3.
Beautiful hit. Able to stay with that cutter inside and push it to the gap to get that nice 1-out double.
So I'm now looking for Zazzi batting Luke Raley in the 2-hole. This is the highest that I can recall seeing Luke Raley in the order. You got to cash in, and cash in he does. A single there. Now first and third, 1 away, and you get the first run of the game. Getting a nice little lead here would feel good, and you got a guy who's been on fire today in Randy Arozarena, and right on cue to center field. Near the track, to the wall. It's off the MLB The Show logo. In center, might score 2 runs. Arozarena rounding second, going to third. The play at the plate's not in time. It's a 2 RBI. Bases clearing triple for Randy Arozarena on another perfect.
Not only that, the aggressiveness right there from Zazzi, able to get that runner from first, get him at home, get the second runner across. You love to see that. And Randy, since Game 2, for both players, have been on fire.
And it's interesting, we talk about the heroes of this tournament. Brandon Lau's been a name up there all the time. Yandy Diaz, a name up there all the time. Wander Franco, especially in qual number 1. But I'd say the hero of today has been Randy Arozarena. Every time he's come up, it's been loud contact. You get it again for Zazzi in Game 3, up by 3 currently. And I love the infield in here. I was just going to mention this, that you can't give up free runs if you're Kriner. He adjusts, the infield's in. He might be walking him to set up a double play opportunity, but Siri's a tough guy to double up. Sinker, beautifully located, off for that and fouled. Will hold it a full count as Eflin pitched number 40 here in the third for Kriner. Fouled off once again.
This is very big at bat right here in the bottom of the third. Zazzi looks like he's finally rest assured, but
Beautiful
he's going to take that.
I think the comment that we had about these guys seeing Eflin a little bit and getting their feet settled and getting back in this game, I think Zazzi's feet are settled. I think his offense is ready to go, and you got a great opportunity here. High clutch, high power, high speed. Jose Siri can do it all. He scored the first run of this game with a home run to right in his first at-bat, and now he's a favorable 2-1 count. Doubt that runner's in motion at first, but get a real opportune matchup here, probably going cutter away, and he'll fight that one off into right for an RBI single. I think every Little League coach at home is just so happy with that. You know, the home run approach is one thing, but just throw the bad head at the ball. You got 99 speed. Siri will make it to first, no problem, and an RBI single there.
Not only that, the PCI placement was beautiful right there. Good, right on that. That's what he practices. Like you mentioned, he wants to get his PCI placement in the best place possible, and it showed right there.
He does, and to what Scuffy alluded to, you know, Zazzi talked about in our interview about how he's very meticulous in warming up on focusing PCI contact on pitches away and getting good opposite field swings. Now a 3-1 count to Lowe, that one fouled off, and boy, we went from scoreless to a 4-run lead, first and second, one out. Another big at-bat. Kriner, this is getting late here. Eflin up to 50 pitches, 4 runs allowed, traffic on the base pass, and it doesn't seem like Lowe is going to be retired via punch-out. His bat's looking pretty solid here. Another full count offering. Kriner needs an out, and he's not going to get one over the leap of Wander Franco. Everyone moves up a base, and what a moment, Scuffy. Bases loaded, up by 4, a chance to double your score, and now here comes Isaac Paredes and the bullpen right away.
What a great hit. Back-to-back hits. Not only that, PCI placement, once again, beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. It's just good contact. You can't ask anything better. He's locked in right now.
Someone was looking for a fastball right there. Slider way out in front. Now 0-1. Bases loaded. Paredes down the right field line. Lowe is there. That will score a run via sac fly. Siri checks in at third. Kriner loves that out, but he's down by 5. We saw a 5-run lead get erased instantly last game, or in game 1 rather. So obviously, you know, when we're talking about competitive MLB the Show, nobody's out of a game, but you do need to understand this is game 3, and you need good swings. And Water with one to dead center, but that is going to be a fly out. That power of Wander Franco, not enough to put more runs across there for Zazzi.
When you have 56 power against righties, sometimes when you hit dead center, especially at the Trop, unfortunately, it might not go out. So right there, it's fortunate, but Zazzi has to be proud. Not only that, got Zach Eflin out of the game. Not only that, put up 5 runs and swinging the bat well. That last inning has been the best inning I've seen Zazzi hit with his PCI placement and all. It's just, it's going to be hard to stop him right now.
So Zazzi knows that he's ready to go and he's in the game. Now he's in the bullpen in, but now for Kriner, you know, we talked about this multiple times with Kriner, and I think it's worth bringing up because of it's a relatively similar situation. At one point, you know, we're talking about the Cafe game. Kriner was down 8-0 to Cafe, erased that deficit, wins the game. He's down by 5 right now. We've talked about it at length as there's a base hit by Wander Franco. You don't need 5 here, but you need something. You need to have somewhat of an answer to Zazzi. You have the leadoff man on in Wander Franco. You have the heart of the order coming up. We might see Kriner get into this ball game here.
Yeah, that was a great hit. Just not go with it. Not do too much, and is able to get that through.
No, that's down. Ball.
So base hit, Wander Franco. Now Josh Lowe 0 for 1. Down by 5 is Kriner. That ball deep to right field. That's going to hang up in the air just enough, and he just got underneath it a little bit too much. We saw Jose Siri's home run was a PCI underneath it and lifted. So you can have the capability to lift the ball out, you know, get a good launch angle on it for a home run, but that PCI just too far underneath it. But Randy Arozarena, I mean, Randy Arozarena has been what we're talking about with like Mejia and Brandon Lau. I mean, he has been unstoppable today. And I think in particular, it's anything inside he's been unstoppable on.
Rakes all night, day, and year. That's what Randy does.
And a base hit once again right on cue. Arozarena is on, and Kriner looking to respond to a 5-run lead that Zazzi holds on to with some runs of his own, and he's got a great man to the plate here to do so. That one down the left field line, trailing foul. Look out in the bullpen, almost got hit in the head there.
And that was a good swing right there. Good contact. Just went foul for him, unfortunately. But this is a big at-bat right here.
This is a big at-bat. First and second again, one away. Pitch number 50 is inside. Checked. Third base umpire says he did not go. So favorable 2-1 count. Could see, you know, in a baseball game, this being an action play, especially now with 3-1. Assuming you're getting a strike here. But Brandon Lau, we'll see what he gets. Oh, great changeup missing. And a walk. And now the bases are loaded for Isaac Paredes once again in this game, this time for Kriner. We saw him come through for Zazzi. Can he do the same for Kriner? 0-1 Eflin popped up behind the plate. Mejia should have a catch, and he will. 2 outs, and the bases are loaded. This is a gigantic at-bat. Maybe you even think to bring bring a lefty here because of the weight of this at-bat. And Luke Raley to left center field. No pitcher coming in. That ball served deep to left. A grand slam and a 1-run game. Kriner responding with a loud home run by Luke Raley.
My God, this feels like game 1 all over again, but the flip side of things. Remember when Kriner went up 5-0 in game 1 and Zazzi came back and scored 4 of his own? And look what just happened here. Zazzi puts out 5 and Kriner, in an instance of a swing, especially at that last bat, he just popped up to the catcher. He hasn't probably not feel good about that. Came back immediately and hit that perfect for a grand slam.
And I brought it up, and it's easy to say, hard to do up here in the booth. You know, we're just trying to give out, you know, ideas up here because we're not playing, but that was bases loaded versus a lefty. I know Eflin is Eflin, but if you go to a lefty out of the bullpen there and force a pinch hitting move, I mean, maybe you get a little bit of a better matchup because, you know, that's what you want with Luke Raley. And now Francisco Mejia will continue to write his history with another extra base hit and place his statement on this tournament. The tying run here in the 4th inning is on with 2 away, and now Jose Siri in the 9 hole.
Hey, we went in a shootout, and look at what's happening here.
Yeah. And we predicted in the 5th inning, I guess the runs happen in the 4th and the 3rd, I suppose. We'll tail into the 3rd, heading into the 4th, but Eflin's pitch count now up to 60. And we talked about it that you leave in Eflin until you can't, and both guys are seeing him really well right now. I'd imagine maybe Jason Adams the next guy. That ball deep to left. Jose Siri is going to yank that over the wall for a 2-run shot. Kriner has erased the deficit, now has the lead. Jose Siri, what's a home run? That ball crushed to left field.
Kriner's being like, you can hit a home run series, so can I, and it hits that 2-run shot to take the lead. Reverse splits once again, comes in clutch.
Reverse splits, that pull tendency, and we just mentioned it. When will Eflin get yanked? For Zazzi, he pulls him in the 4th inning with 2 outs, so 3 2/3 is the day for Eflin in this game 3 of a best of 3, and that ball peppered to center field. Siri on the run will have a play, but not before Kriner responds in a emphatic fashion with not only a grand slam, but a 2-run shot to bet, and now has the lead here in the home half, and we'll find out how Zazzi will respond.
Zazzi just has to keep where he's at. He's been having great swings all last inning. Keep where that's at, and you'll be just fine and be able to get right back in this game.
And, you know, we heard Kriner in our interview going into game 3 saying that he doesn't look at this or doesn't care about the score until the 9th inning. And I think that's got to be the attitude of both these. Oh, my goodness, that's a tough swing out of Francisco Mejia. A little bit underneath it, I suppose, but that's one of those that you have to ultimately say, hey, I know it's an out, but that's a darn good swing. And, you know, you can get pressed about that, but, you know, I've talked about it, that whole idea of being a goldfish from Ted Lasso. You can't get pressed because if you do, you might not be going to Florida, Scuffy.
Yeah, it's that's just sometimes, you know, MLB the Show being MLB the Show, and you just have to take the punches, but keep at it because you know you're right on it, and it'll eventually fall for you.
And Yanni Diaz ropes that one a second, and I mean, this has been
man.
I don't know what Zazzi did to Ramon and the RNG gods here, but this has been a real tough half of the fourth inning. Had 2 frozen rope PCIs, it looks like. Both be outs, and now that one's weakly chopped to fry, brother. That's
His
a
PCI
tough
placement's still
frame.
elite right now. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just right on it, just not the results he wanted.
And that's something I brought up, you know, earlier as well. You know, this is not Laughing Mountain with 99s everywhere with 125 power. This is the Rays roster at the Trop. It's going to play to more traditional baseball, and that one hit sharply to second. That's another good swing for an out. So, again, my rounding off the point I brought up to earlier about Kriner saying he doesn't look at the score till the 9th inning. I mean, the reality is that both players know this is going to be a full-on war the rest of the way. I mean, there will be no easy outs the rest of this game. You're seeing the outs are even good swings. I mean, these guys are giving it everything right now.
That Kriner swing to second base was good, right on it. It went right to second baseman.
So Kriner, a 6-run answer to Zazzi's 5. He holds the lead here in inning number 5, and he will have a man on via a great take on a changeup low. Josh Lowe draws the walk, and now Rosarena, who we've been talking about him all day. He's been electric in the cleanup spot, and he's got a man on, 1-1 count. Jason Adam on the mound here. That vaunted changeup slider he'll go to, and they'll foul it off, and I probably would guess we won't see anything inside the rest of this at-bat to a Rosarena.
No, he's turning on everything.
Yep.
2 strikes.
So staying away here, Adam pitches on 2-2 inside. You know what, Scuffy, the broadcaster curse thing is just, is there
Reverse
a cloud
psychology.
looming over me? somebody has to be listening to what I'm
Now,
saying.
3-2 count here. I'm curious if he's going to send the runner here.
Runner not in motion right now, and that ball into the gap. Going to be cut off by the right fielder, and he'll have the runner at third anyway. So that's probably all you would have gotten on that hit, so not the end of the world for not sending the runner. But you have corners and 1 out. Kriner, you've gotten 6 runs. Now you're getting deeper in the bullpen if you're Zazzi. And Kriner, I mean, these guys are just hitting everything right now. Another good swing, knocked down by Brandon Lau. Throw to second in time. Back to first, a double play. Brandon Lau ends the inning and gets Zazzi out of a very tumultuous effort right there. And now Rosarena flies it to right, quickly 1 away. But man, Scuffy, we got some baseball going on
That could
here.
have been a game-saving play right there.
Absolutely.
It might not show right now, but come back to that play later in the game, especially where we are as this 1-run game.
So as it currently stands, again, Kriner with the lead. Now Zazzi, it's very important to note that Zazzi has home field for this 3rd game. He has last ups. He's down by 1 right now. Good swings from both players. I mean, this is just another good swing. Oh, Brandon Lee, you didn't have to dive right there. He didn't see that ball well off the cam. I mean, that ball was going right to Brandon Lau, and that's sometimes a tough thing with diving. Is, you know, you see a lot of people online at least will instantly hit dive right when the ball is hit to try and get their fielder out in front for a ball. That was absolutely a reactionary move, but he would have fielded that fine, and now you have a man on with 1 away.
And now we got Jose Cirio, who's already 2 for 2 in this game with a home run, so he's feeling well with Siri. This could be something that's brewing for Zazzi here.
And now Siri right on cue, deep to right field. Track, wall, gone. New score. Zazzi retakes the lead. 100.8 on your radio dial. Siri, what's another home run? He's on fire today.
Second on the game, but I got to give it to Zazzi. His opposite field hits placement of the PCI is fantastic right now. It couldn't be any better.
It's so cool because he really was excited to talk about that in our interview about how he spends a good bulk of his warm-up not on, like we said, the first 3 innings he focuses on timing. The next 3 he focuses purely on just making good contact on pitches away. being a good opposite field hitter, and Zazzi continuing to show that prowess here. Now a 3-1 count with Paredes on deck. Jason Adam will deal a fastball rifle in the left center field. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Another extra base hit. This is going to be non-stop baseball. I mean, this is incredible.
This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. For
Absolutely.
3. But great at bat right there. Able to work the count, get in the hitter's count right there, be 3-1, and push that to the left field to get the double there. I'm telling you, Zazzi's been having great swings all game, and
it's been exceptional. And that's another good cut right there. It'll move the runner over. I mean, not obviously you want a better swing than that, but moves the runner over 2 away. And now Wander Franco, and this is a point I keep bringing up, especially in a best of 3. You can't leave that runner at third, and he will not leave him there. Wander Franco, another RBI single. Zazzi, a 2-run lead, and it's just so important. This is the final game, Scuffy. There's nothing after this. You can't leave men on.
No, you got to take advantage of every scenario you could get to get runs across, and so far both players actually have been doing well with that. And
absolutely.
You got 8-6 game going to 6th inning here, dude.
And we went from a scoreless first, a quiet second. We were, kind of saying we're waiting for that shoe to drop. And, I mean, a Reebok store might have fallen on top of us here. I mean, there's been so many shoes that have fallen. The offense is all over the place. Kriner and Zazzi having great PCI context. We even saw it when there wasn't runs scored in, I believe, that third or fourth inning, where you saw both guys just hit great PCIs for outs. And that just stays to the approach of, like, even if you're hitting for an out, you're still making good contact. Keep that line moving. And now Paredes to the late jam shot probably wasn't ready for that one.
It feels like who's going to get that 0, right? Who's going to be able to pitch that 0 right now and ease? It just tried to stop the bleeding a little bit. So I'm very curious who's going to be that first player to do that.
And there's that cutter late and underneath. Paredes keeps the at-bat alive. And that might be the mindset out of Kriner on those pitches away, is just to fight them off, but he didn't look like he was ready for that sinker either. So again, this is something that like every player's different. Some guys are just good all the time. Some guys might need to see an arm for a little bit before they're kind of tuned up to him. We saw that with Eflin. Both guys started slow versus Eflin. Now as we got into the bullpen, we'll see if he can get on Armstrong here in the top half of the 6th. Pitch upstairs, did he go? No, he did not.
Good with those check swings right now.
Absolutely. And now Luke Raley, 1 out, 1 for 2 on the day. He'll hit that one weakly to first, and a little bit on top of that, a little bit early as well, and 2 up, 2 down. And this is a big inning for Zazzi. You know your offense is good. You're seeing the ball very well. And you talked about it a little bit ago, Scuffy. Putting zeros up on the mound is going to prove very, very fruitful. And again, blink if you missed it. We're already in the bottom half of the 6th inning, man. This is flying by.
Now it's crazy because it felt like when there was a pitcher to it wasn't flying by, but once a run scored, the game started flying by. But that was big from Zazzi. You just got to keep on winning innings here. You're up by 2. You're in the 6th. Just keep on winning innings, and you'll be flying down in Florida and come in August.
So I think I'm going to go as far as to say that I think this is Zazzi's biggest inning of the day. His offense has been shown last 2 innings. You blank Kriner for a 1-2-3. I think if you put 3 or 4 runs up here, you're feeling very good about yourself. Good cut there. That ball was low, so good pitch there by Kriner for out number 1. But, conversely to Kriner here, I mean, this is a guy who's been really hot the last couple innings. It'd be a big morale boost for Kriner to slow down Zazzi for 1 inning and then get back to it when he gets to the top half.
Yeah. Now he's already getting the bullpen warmed up. He's going to keep an Armstrong while he has to pitch. And that's going to be
Luke Raley on the handle a little bit.
Missed there.
Just got a little bit too much to the inside half of the barrel. Pop that out for out number 2. And now Randy Arozarena, who tripled and scored 2 runs earlier in this game, will bat now with 2 out, nobody on. And it's kind of reminiscent to what happened in game 2. We had a lot of offense, then we randomly had a couple innings where it was just 1-2-3, 1-2-3. But now, I mean, now we're here. This is, these guys have been swatted out anyway, but now we're in the 7th inning. I mean, these are the last potential, obviously outside of Manfred ball, innings of the day. And the weight of these at-bats is just going to be so intense. And here we go, top half of the 7th inning. 9-hole hitter, but a great leadoff hitter. Great power, good speed, and Jose Siri taking 2-1. I almost wonder if he's taken till 2 because you would love to just get this guy on at first here. 3-1 count. My guess is he's taking here. Oh, never mind. Good thing I'm not playing. Cutter right down the middle. I would have swung at that too.
Yeah, that was a
offered
pitch
that and
ahead.
missed. Yeah, exactly. So full count offering from Armstrong and a beautiful slider. I like going to the slider there. You've gone cutter. Now you slow it down even more with the slider. Maybe you go back to the cutter here on 3-2. He'll go sinker inside. Looked like he was a little bit out in front of that and underneath it, lifting it foul late, actually. Interesting. Looked like it was a little bit early. Either way, full count. That one rifled foul. Pitch number 9 of the
feels like
at-bat.
Kriner's on it right now. He's seeing every pitch well in this bat. But
And-
as I say that, broadcast curse.
Good timing, but the timing was good. But the PCI's underneath it, and this really wraps all the way around to the point I've been trying to bring up as much as I can about these matchups with guys with cutters. I mean, the people that have done well in this tournament have been people who have hit the righty cutter tailing away with really solid contact, providing a lot of runs. And I mean, it's no, as that's a perfect for Yandy Diaz to center field near the track to the wall, but that's going to be another prison statement. Our second one of the game, that ball doesn't leave the dead center field there. We've seen some more home runs to center field this second qualifier.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, it's kind of went both ways there. One for Wander Franco for Zazzi, now one for Kriner with Yandy Diaz.
And now Wander Franco again to dead center field. This one near the track, and that's going to be caught again. Back to back, perfect outs. Oh my goodness, Kriner.
When the balls go to die in center field there in Trop.
Well, it's almost funny. I was going to bring it up to Kriner in our interview, but I didn't. I was going to say, like, hey, you know, we've had a lot of hits over the wall in center field. I'm not used to that. We were used to the kind of flyouts, and now here they are. Brandon Lau retired for out number 1 here, and quickly Zazzi up by 2, but it doesn't feel like it. I mean, you just saw Kriner hit 2 perfect outs in the inning. You know that he's seeing the ball well as well.
1 strike.
And now Siri, who's 3 for 3 here for Zazzi, will push someone foul. But to wrap the point up I had earlier with that cutter tailing away, it's no secret, or it shouldn't be surprising, rather, that Zazzi has had the offense he's had on pitches away because he prides himself on labbing that.
And look at that, 4 for 4 day for Jose Siri for Zazzi. Definitely, if there's a player, if Zazzi comes on top, this is definitely MVP of this game 3.
He might be putting Siri in his ranked lineup after this game. Who knows? Jake Diekman entering our score, or entering our contest, and now you might think about a pinch hitter here, but I mean, you're taking out a lefty for the rest of the game. It's a really hard sell. He's debating it right now. It's a really hard sell. I mean, a guy with good clutch power versus right, but he will opt to go to the bench. Harold Ramirez is in, and this is why you want Harold Ramirez. He's got great contact versus left. Got a man on, you're up by 2. You need some insurance runs because you know that Kriner's seeing the ball well, and Harold Ramirez will answer the call there, single into right, and now first and second one away from the bottom of the order.
When you're late in this game, this might be your only chance to do it. So I love the move there from Zazzi, and it worked out well for him with that single.
And now Isak Paredes, who's also had a phenomenal day offensively, another big opportunity here. First and second, one out here in the home half of the 7th inning. That pitch inside, 1-1, Jake Diekman. 4-seam sinker and a slider, but they are very difficult to control, and we see it on full display right there. Sinker nearly hits the dirt, now 2-1. Good count here for Paredes. Zazzi chases one, sent to Lau. That's 1, back to first, and an inning-ending double play on what would have been ball 3. Could you say the nerves might be setting in a little bit here?
Right, Kriner, that's what Kriner needed there, and take that. Use that momentum going there. You hit well in the last inning. It just didn't work out well. It was out, but you know that you're on the ball, you're locked in, and now keep on pushing.
And this is something that I talked about, and I love that we're seeing here. Just a pause. You got plenty of time. Take a moment to collect yourself here for both competitors. We're in the 8th inning of this best of 3. This is it. There's no baseball after this, at least for this tournament. I mean, you guys can all play MLB the Show as much as you want to. Everyone probably grinding the Extreme program. Maybe a good break from the Extreme program watching this right now. I know I was tearing my hair out yesterday on an Ohtani moment, but a moment from our pause here, and I mean, good reason to collect yourself.
Let's just recap. I mean, game 3, elimination game. This is kind of what we expected, right? From
Absolutely.
These two. We expect them to show up and just, just go at it. And now just what's online, we're getting to the thick of things. We're in the 8th inning. We got 6 outs remaining for Zazzi to clinch and get that chip off his shoulder as well. Because we have that storyline coming in as well.
So I'm very curious to see what happens with Kriner here because, you know, we've interviewed him and he's talked about it at length about how he doesn't get too tilted over good swings. But, I mean, the reality is he faced something that you very rarely see in MLB the Show, which is back-to-back perfect outs to end the inning. Defensive adjustments as Betancourt takes over for Ramirez in right field. So now we'll find out how Kriner responds. Again, he had 2 perfect outs to end the 7th. He begins the 8th of the heart of his order versus Colin Poche and a 1-1 count. And I think we'll have a pretty good vibe on where the headspace is on Kriner on his at bat here. But he's out in front of that fastball and on top of it now 1-2 count. Maybe going to the slider. That ball missing upstairs 2-2. Slider out of Poche almost feels like a curveball. It's a very looping curveball. And there it is on full display right there. It's not a hard slider. It's a very slow, lofting, looping slider. And because it's so slow, Kriner a mile ahead of it for out number 1.
Now, this is a very important bat because we know Randy hits much better against lefties than he does righties. And that's going to be a hard out.
Man, I mean, Kriner's last 3 balls in play have been about as good as you can hit a ball, and he hasn't gotten a hit yet. And it's getting late. He's down to his final 4 hits. It's a 2-run game. You need Brandon Lau to get a board here. If you're Kriner, you got a 2-0 count. Are you looking to maybe get a man on, or are you green lighting him on 2-0? Takes the fastball right down the middle. Now 2-1. So fastball dead red, taking 2-1. Lofting slider down the left field line. Actually, the curveball. That ball's in a bank and find space over the wall for a 2-out opposite field double. Enters Fairbanks. Paredes 0 for 3. A chance to tie it here for Kriner. Fastball missing 1-0.
Fairbanks close out game 1 for Zazzi. Now he's looking for the 4-out save, and that's going to be out number 1.
And he gets him on a fly to right. Kriner's down to his last 3 outs. Most important half inning of the day. You know that you are going to get whatever type of Pokemon evolution. You're getting the final boss in the 9th inning out of Kriner. Like, if you're playing a video game, Bowser's in the 9th inning. I mean, you're getting everything from Kriner. So you know if you're Zazzi, you gotta put some insurance runs on here.
And right now he has 8, 9, and 1 up. And you might be thinking that's a bottom lineup, but if you haven't been watching all day, this has been a critical spot in the lineup.
Wander Franco on with a leadoff single. Zazzi up by 2. We saw a quiet start to this game, and then both guys have a crooked number to answer each other. And then it's been a little bit quiet like game 2 was. But now that we're getting late in the bottom half of the 8th inning, every at-bat has added weight to it. And for Zazzi, a man that he loves in Mejia, is 0 for 3 in the elimination game. So a guy that he has leaned on in the 9-hole has not helped him at all, but a 1-2 count of Mejia. And at-bat number 4 versus Kevin Kelly. He'll go away missing just away, even 2-2.
How poetic would be he hits one here right here.
It would be unbelievable. Fastball missing just off. Yandy on deck. Runner I doubt's going to be in motion with nobody out. There he goes. And that ball sent to the vacant shortstop. What a great use of the hit and run there. If he doesn't send the runner, that's a double play. Because he sends the runner, Wander goes to cover second. He gets a single. Now runners to the corners in Yandy Diaz with nobody out here in the home half.
It's funny because game 2, we saw that in the 8th inning for Kriner. When he was up, he was aggressive here, and Zazzi was here. And that's a perfect, and that's going to get over the right fielder. That's going to score 1 run. And now we have 2nd and 3rd with no outs in the bottom of the 8th.
Yandy Diaz finally makes his presence known. A perfect double, a 3-run lead, an intentional walk, and here we go. The bases are loaded for Randy Arozarena. It almost feels like a fastball's coming inside here, and he's rifling it foul. 0-1. Biggest at-bat of the tournament right now. Bases loaded. Kevin Kelly to Arozarena. 9-6 is the score. Zazzi won game 1. Kriner triumphant in game 2. All bets are off here in game 3, and the bases are loaded. There's nowhere to put Arozarena on 2-1 count. Now 3-1. The dangerous Brandon Lau on deck. Kelly gets his sign. He'll deal to Arozarena. Fouled off, and now we get a full count, and now the circus is in town. This is crazy.
You couldn't ask for anything better. This is it right here.
Pitch number 17 out of Kelly upstairs, ball 4. He'll walk in a run. Zazzi up to a 4-run lead. It's Brandon Lau and Colin Poche, and one swing here, and that could really put an exclamation mark on this game.
Right here, I mean, Zazzi's doing exactly what he needs, being very patient. Look for your pitch. The pressure's not on you. It's on Kriner right now. Look for the pitch that you can handle and take advantage of it.
So back-to-back sliders, that one missing 2-1. He just walked in a run. He doesn't want to walk in another, but Brandon Lau's at the plate, and that's a dangerous location. The vaunted home run threat in this tournament is a 2-2 count, and he'll foul that one off. Great slider. Maybe you go to the sweeper low and away just to mix up the tempo. Maybe go inside. He'll go fastball up the middle, base hit, scoring 2 runs. It should. Brandon Lau continues the 8th inning bombardment here by Zazzi. He's now up by 6 here in the 8th with nobody out.
It just all clicked. Zazzi has been hitting good all game. His PCI placement has been superb, and now it's finally showed for him. The hits are dropping.
And we haven't had a 5-for-5 since the first qualifier with Wander Franco, and Jose Siri could do it here. He is 4-for-4, 2 on, nobody out, slider inside, a 6-run lead here for Zazzi, looking for more insurance runs. I talked about as we led into it. You know Kriner's going to give you your best. You need to put insurance runs up on here. He's done so. Now a full count again. Betancourt on deck. Zazzi has been exceptional this half inning. And a beautiful pitch by Kriner might be 2. And it is. What a great sweeping curve. That is not a prototypical pitch on 3-2. It ties him up. It does score a run, but a 7-run lead now and 2 away.
Yeah, it's still productive out right there. You know, it might have been 2 outs, but Siri was able to get the run across. Now we got a 7-run lead going to 8th. Zazzi's definitely feeling he's feeling good right now.
And, I mean, you may be watching at home thinking this game is over, but, I mean, if you've watched MLB esports, this is nowhere near over. I mean, you're going to get the best out of Kriner, but to give Zazzi credit, I talked about, I mean, you had to put runs up this inning. What an exceptional effort out of Zazzi. He puts up a giant crooked number in what might be his final at-bat of this qualifier, and we go to the 9th inning of Game 3 of this best-of-3. Months and months and months of games, hundreds and hundreds of players, all vying for an opportunity to be one of the 2 players in the first ever in-person final for MLB The Show. Ladies and gentlemen, out number 1, Luke Raley's retired. If Kriner's going to make something of this 9th inning, he only has 2 more outs to play with.
I was very surprised at that first swing. I thought with Peter Fanbanks with his control, you'll want to at least take 1 strike here in the 9th inning and see what you could do from here. But that was a very surprising swing from Kriner there.
And up the middle, Mejia with a perfect, and Kriner is on the board, at least in the hitting department. Mejia is on. Bottom of the order is going to have to give way to the top here. And Jose Siri, who's been exceptional for Zazzi, will hit to short, and that's going to be 1. The play at first is not going to be in time. Kriner is down to his last out. Zazzi with an exceptional 8th inning is 1 out away. That ball fouled off 0-1.
That location was as beautiful as you want that with the dot up the top right.
And Fairbanks with that fastball using the sinker almost as a changeup. 1-1 to Yandy inside 2-1. Kriner's going to need one of the best 2-out rallies that we've ever seen. And that ball to center field is playable for Jose Siri. And after an incredible 8th inning for Zazzi, he holds on, and he will be our 2nd player representing the Tampa Bay Sunburst Invitational in Orlando, Florida. Oh my God, what a game.
I'm just smiling ear to ear because of what they brought today with between MLB the Show and esports. What a fantastic 3-game series between Kriner and Zazzi. And Zazzi moving on, getting the edge over Kriner, and getting that chip off his shoulder, because we saw what happened last time when they 2 went off the finale. Now Zazzi got the best of Kriner. It was just a fantastic series between these 2.
And it was a fantastic series. Kriner has that, tough spurt where he's hitting the perfects and getting stuff for outs. But it's just like both guys had that in this game. But bottom of the 8th inning, Zazzi, I mean, that was one of the best half innings that I've ever seen. You know that because if you go in that 9th inning, it's a 2-run game. That is a completely how you pitch is different, how Kriner swings is different. But the deficit being what it was might have changed the approach, and that 8th inning is probably what sealed it for Zazzi.
And we're not talking about Diamond Dynasty rosters, right? We're talking about the set rosters of the Rays, and it's just. It's something that you don't really see in this qualifier. But Zazzi in game 3, his PCI placement was the best I've seen in any game throughout this qualifier. So he was locked in from the start, and it suddenly went. I mean, it started dropping in the 8th inning, and he was able to take advantage of that. Not only that, he was very aggressive. We saw the hit and run that started it all. That hit and run, he loves doing that. It didn't go his way in game 2, but he kept at it, kept that to his approach, and it worked out well for him.
And that's, I think, one of the things that really made this, and we're not done. We have the finals in August, and we'll talk to Zazzi here in a moment. But I think that's one of the things that really made this tournament feel different. And what I loved about it was that we're not used to seeing those kind of action plays in a comp scene. We're used to just everybody hitting because you have 125 power guys up all the time. But in a tournament like this, you have to be aggressive, and that aggressiveness proved fruitful for Zazzi. We have him for a post-game interview. We're going to talk to the winner of our second qualifier here in a moment. But
oh man, what a day.
What a day.
We got a final set though now. Bako versus Zazzi.
So in the booth we have with us now is the winner of the second qualifier. And I want to lead off things not talking about the game for a moment. I want to talk about a question I asked you yesterday. You know, you said, I asked you and Kriner about, you know, what's your circle of people you're celebrating with if you win. You got your grandparents coming to town. You talked about how important it was to show them and your family and say, hey, look, like I'm doing a really good job of this gaming thing. And right, you are. You're going to Florida. You've won the second qualifier. Congratulations, Zazzi.
Thank you, man. Oh, it feels so surreal. I've been thinking about this moment all week. I'm so happy. But before we talk about anything, I want to just say how good of a competitor Kriner is. I mean, this guy, there's nobody I'd rather play against, nobody I'd rather beat this time. He's had my number before. It's my turn. But Kriner, man, I love you, man. You're so good at the game. And I think that was, like you said, like this series lived up all to what it should have been. I mean, the 3-game series, close until the end. Both of us had our games. And
well, now we have to have a third. Now we have to have a third because you guys played once, and now the series is tied. Now we need a third one.
Yes,
I'm done now. I'm done. I got my win. I'm good.
We need to. But I really want to go back to the game because game 3, I just mentioned before, your PCI placement throughout this whole game was the best I ever seen. Some hits didn't go your way, but you kept at it. Everything looked middle in on your PCI, and then come that 8th inning, everything just started dropping for you. Did you feel that locked in, or did you feel that when playing? Or
the first inning was the only inning that really I felt a little uncomfortable, and I think that was just us both getting into it after, you know, sitting here for 20 minutes, whatever. Yeah. But after that, I was on everything, man. I felt so good at the plate, and like you said, like the results were not going my way. I had a couple swings, and I was like, "Oh, are you kidding me?" But and I think that Wander Franco was perfect to center. Of course, it got him back later in the game, but I was like, "Oh, that's gonna hurt, isn't it?" Like I knew at the time, I was like, "Kriner is so good," and yeah. But honestly, man, I felt out of the 3 games, that was the best I felt at the plate by far.
So with the offense you displayed in the 8th inning, the series in general. You gave a lot of discussion to us about your kind of warm up to these games, but let's go to the 8th inning. You put the crooked number up. Because you work so much on pitches away, were you looking away? Were you looking inside? Like, what was your kind of zone to go in that 8th inning that helped you produce so many runs?
In that sense, I think it's just knowing how we both pitch with the same pitchers. At this point, it was not our first time seeing those guys. Outside, I don't know if you pitched Kelly before, but I know whenever I pitch with Kelly, I have one spot, one location I can throw with him, and it's down and away. So I just zeroed in on that. I knew that no matter what he was going to throw, even if it came inside with a guy like Kelly, it's slow enough that you can react to it. So I really honed in on down and away, especially against Kelly and both Diekman as well.
And how about Jose Ziri for you today?
Man.
4 for 5.
He showed up.
3.
You put him in your ranked lineup or what?
I'm about to. Oh my god, I know. The first 2 games, you know, he had a swing or two, but I was waiting for that big game out of Siri, and thank God he showed up that game because he was the difference maker in that game and swaying momentum for me.
I'm not even like joking about this. I would love to just bump SDS and say, what if we just made like a 95 legacy Jose Siri, put the branding of the Sunburst Invitational on there, put 4 for 5 for Zazzi? Like, that'd be cool, man. I don't know.
Tops now.
So cool.
Yeah, tops now Jose Siri for the tournament. Yeah.
But going back to the inning where Kriner put up 6 2-out runs. Now, with the bases loaded situation, did you always want to leave Eflin there? Were you debating bringing the lefty for Luke Raley?
I did debate, but honestly, Eflin's been one of the better arms, and the way I look at it is if I take out Eflin here, what am I left with for the rest of the innings? You know, I can usually give each reliever about 2 innings. So at that point, I was looking at, you know, maximizing each pitcher to their absolute maximum, and that just didn't feel right to me. Eflin had pitched so well for me, and you know, we had gotten the batter before to pop out, and I was like, you know what, we're up by 5. I've just got to give him a chance to hit, and he hit it. Credit to him.
So, like, just thinking back to your mindset, you know, we had the interview with you before the 3rd game started, and you said that you weren't as tilted as you thought you might have been after that 2nd game. And, you know, you win that 1st game, you lose that 2nd game. You know, we interviewed you and stuff, but just in general, like, where was your headspace at going into that 3rd game? Because you knew, like, going into game 2, you're 1 win from being over. Now Kriner's back into it. I mean, where were you at heading into that game 3?
Talk about a little bit of deja vu there from the summer circuit last year, up 2-0, and he reverse sweep me. You know, you can kind of feel that pressure, but I'm in a different spot than I was then. You know, that back then I was still just getting in calm, and now I understand that, like, you have to put everything aside. You can't think about the series, you can't think about anything. You've just got to think about how you're going to get the 3 outs in that inning. So for me, it's all about just dialing in on, like, just focusing as much as I can to the fine details, as opposed to looking, you know, 3-4 innings down the line. I've just got to look at, I try and go for 2 to 3 runs an inning if I can. Obviously, you know, whatever happens. You're not going to score 2 to 3 every inning. But if you score 2, you know, 4 or 5 out of the game, you're probably in a pretty good spot to win. So it's really, for me, is just thinking all about small. I can't look at the big picture.
Now, we got to ask, now, how does it feel after getting the win? You will be going to the live land finale in Orlando, Florida at Full Sail University to face Baco. Model your model. You guys are going to be in the same room going at it for a share prize of $10K. How does it feel? Or it hasn't kicked in just yet?
I wish I had my camera on. It was full entertainment. I swear to God, I put on a show over here. I jumped out of my chair. I started screaming, yelling, jumping. Then I sat back down and got back onto this interview.
Well,
but
the best thing about you getting up and jumping around is that now everyone's going to see that in person in Orlando, Florida, and it's such. I mean, we've talked about in the broadcast booth, but to you, like, you 5 years from now, we hopefully have many more live events. We hopefully have live events every year. Hopefully every team's putting together something like this. SDS putting something together like this, whatever. But you're part of MLB the Show history now. You're one of the first 2 ever to go to an in-person final. It's got to feel amazing.
It's just unreal. Like I said, I've been thinking about it so much, and even from the start of this tournament, I told myself, like, this was going to be a tournament I was going to be a part of, and that I was going to be the one of the people going down to Florida. And I think I stuck true to my word. You know, in the first qualifier, losing in round of 4, round of 8, whatever it was. But you know, I put in probably more time, like I said, than anybody has this tournament. I feel like it truly paid off in the end with me being so comfortable with the guys I had to use.
Well, I mean, even like you talking about the time you put in, I mean, you film study, you labbing with multiple. I mean, it's just like, and Kriner's an exceptional player. Obviously, you brought that up earlier. We know you two are just phenomenal players, but I mean, this was not roll out of bed and, you know, play a tournament game. Like, you've put so much effort into this. So it must make this feel even better that all of that work was worth it. All of that time, all of that labbing was worth it to get to this point as well.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you know, if I walked away today without a win, I would have been obviously super happy for Kriner, but really disappointed because, you know, like you said, like, I put in so much time, but for me, it's always been keeping that mindset. Like, I'm just going to go win this. You know, it's not, there's never a waver. There's never a doubt. There's never, oh, I'm playing Kriner like this, that. Like, it's that I was going to win it, and that he was as scared of me as I was of him, you know, and it's keeping that level mind has really helped me. And I hope that I can take it into Baco, because Baco is no easy task over in Florida.
Very good player.
I think it's going to be such a different aspect, and I can't wait to see what the aspect's like.
Yeah, all of us can. I mean, this is something we've been looking forward to all this time since this has been announced. And Zazzi, I mean, you put on a heck of a performance throughout both qualifiers, and I'm glad to see that you're going down to be in the live flag finals.
So you're obviously going to celebrate this by grinding the extreme program, right? Right. Conquest.
You already did it.
Right. Wait, you did it?
I have a point.
He has a point.
I did Ellie De La Cruz on the first try. Y'all ain't gonna believe me on that.
Screw this kid.
Yeah,
Let's go find somebody else down for
First
try, Ellie.
First try.
I've taken 3 hours on Otani last night. And I still haven't beat the Otani moment, dude. First try, Ellie De La Cruz. Must be nice to be good at the game.
See how long it takes you. Yeah, you should speedrun it then. Let's go.
I might have to. I definitely want to dig into it. I avoided it yesterday because I didn't want to play other difficulties, but.
Yeah, obviously. But like, what does that celebration look like tonight? Are you going out for food, or are you like, what does the celebration for today look like?
My parents are outside right now, and I told them to make sure they're out of the house for the last 3 innings of that game because there's going to be a lot of yelling and I didn't want to. So they're outside. I'm going to go run upstairs and surprise them here in a minute. And then I'm going to shoot a text out to my family group chat because they're all just as involved in this. My grandparents from England were watching this.
And they're flying in on Monday, correct?
And they're flying in Monday night.
There
so
you go.
I can't wait to see
awesome.
them and celebrate with them as well. There's just so many people I'm happy to tell at this point.
So go get out of here, go celebrate with your parents, celebrate with your grandparents when you get here. But hearing all the stuff you talked about, you know, the family values you got your people you're going to celebrate with, you labbed, you worked, you got to this point, and just, again, congratulations. What a fantastic showing, Zazzi, and I can't wait to be calling some more games for you down in Orlando.
Awesome, man. Thank you guys again so much for all your work, and can't wait to meet you guys soon.
Can't wait to see you.
Congrats.
All right. Same. Congrats, Zazzi. Well, Scuff, that's all she wrote, Scuff. That was, well, not all she wrote, because, again, the finale of this tournament, August 28th, at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida. It will also be broadcasted live on the Rays Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. If you're watching on Twitch right now, you know what that link is. I believe on TikTok, you should know what that link is too. But we'll be doing our job to send those links out, make sure everybody knows where to watch this tournament in its totality. But Scuffy, we've been looking forward to this day for quite a while. I know when we got this matchup, I was looking forward to it all week, and this absolutely lived up to the bill for sure.
Yeah, this definitely delivered. This is what you want from your main event, your heavyweight matchup, and fantastic series between those two. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, and Scuffy, again, I would love to call more tournaments with you. We should.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go.
I'm here.
Let's contact Fox. Let's get CBS going. Let's get some major league games under our belt.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? But yeah,
and it's the tone of this with MLB the Show and esports. This game is electric when it's on the highest level, and these players show that, and you can't ask for anything better.
Yep, and I'm so elated with the gameplay we had today, and that does wrap up our festivities here for qualifier number 2. For myself up in the booth is Thuni, Scuffy up in the broadcast booth as well. Paul with Rare Drop behind the scenes doing a lot of legwork to make sure the stream looks and feels the way it did. Yuki doing a great job getting this whole thing kind of set up with some people behind the scenes there. But ultimately, we have to give a gigantic thank you to the Tampa Bay Rays for putting together this tournament. The first major league team to ever put together a tournament like this. And that's one hell of a start. Fantastic games, and can't wait to see the finale.
Yep. Well, almost there. 1 month to go.
Yeah, well, yeah, 1 month, one day less than a month, but essentially,
either
yeah.
way.
So for myself and Scuppy up here in the booth, for all those watching, thank you for watching the finale of our second qualifier of the Tampa Bay Rays Sunburst Invitational. The finals on August 28th, all on the same channels you saw today. Again, that finishes up our broadcast. No more Minnesotan goodbye. Have a good rest of your afternoon. I appreciate all of you watching, and Scuffy, what a day. Fun to share the booth with you, man.
See you later. Same to you, bud.
See you later.